The Christmas gift.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I used to have a gavel up here, so, but they never, for a former legislator, they never give us a gavel because they don't know what we're going to do with it. But I want to call the meeting to order of the RTA's Board of Directors. And for the guidelines today for our meeting, I just want to go through a couple. For the members who are in person, please turn your microphone on when you wish to speak and off when you are finished, so we may limit the mics that are on at one time. And I'll call on those of you who have questions or comments for those who are here in person. For the few members who are calling in remotely, keep your audio on mute as much as possible to minimize the background noise as we do record these meetings. When you have a question or comment, raise your virtual hand. You're good at that now, post-COVID. And the board secretary will call on board members one at a time. If you've raised your virtual hand, and do what I sometimes forget to do when I'm on Teams meetings or Zoom, lower your hand and unmute yourself after you're finished speaking. With that said, I will now officially call the meeting of the Board of Directors of the Regional Transportation Authority to order. And will everyone in attendance please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I tell teachers who didn't like it when the legislature mandated after 9/11 that we go back to saying the Pledge of Allegiance in Illinois high schools. I say it's a great way to quiet your students down, and it's a great way to quiet everybody down here as well. With that, Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Director Carey. Here. Director Colson. Director Gathing.
Here.
Director Gorman. Here. Director Groven.
Here.
Director Jenkins. Director Katarg.
Here.
Dr. Lewis.
Here.
Director Montero. Director Pang. Here. Director Rotondo.
Here.
Director Ross.
Here.
Director Ryan. Director Ryan. I see she's online. Director
Here.
Sager.
Do you not hear me?
Yep, I got it. Thank you. Director Sager.
Okay.
Here.
Director Yonan.
Here.
And Chairman Dillard.
Present.
We have 16 ayes right here.
Thank you. We've established a physical quorum, and the board secretary has received notice from directors Gavin, Ross, and Ryan indicating that they cannot, for other reasons, attend in person. But pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, they are deemed admitted unless there is a motion against it. Hearing none, the directors may participate remotely, and we heard from them and they're on, which is great. I want to welcome, this is a great day for the RTA board. I want to welcome 4 new board members representing the city of Chicago this morning. To my right is Natasha Jenkins, longtime friend Tom Kotarek, no stranger to mass transit, to my left. And Nora K. Ryan, I heard your lovely voice this morning remotely. I know you have other duties, but thank you for being on remotely. And Dennis Mondero, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to have you with us as well. If you want, let's just real quickly, Natasha, tell us your background and sort of where you reside, and the same with Tom and Dennis. Natasha, hit that little button there. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an honor to be here today. I am a Chicago South Sider, born and raised. I reside in Hyde Park. I work as a senior attorney at the law firm of Clark Hill. I am also a former Chicago Transit Authority attorney, and I have a background in transportation as well as labor and employment law.
Excellent. Tom?
Tom Katarek, the Senior Vice President at the Civic Committee of the Commercial Club of Chicago, and previous to that, worked as the Deputy Executive Director at CMAP, and then spent a little over 12 years on Capitol Hill, working in our Illinois delegation. And born, bred, and raised in Bridgeport on the south side, and when we came back from Washington, D.C., we live up on the north side. So I've got
His most important credential is he used to be a beer vendor at White Sox Park or Comiskey Park. That's his most important credential. One that
One of the
gets him
best jobs I ever
prepared to
had.
dealing with
Best job I
the
ever
mass
had.
transit public. Dennis, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. And I guess for balance, they added a Cubs fan to the board, so as well as Blackhawks. And Dennis Mondero, I'm a kid that grew up in the uptown neighborhood of Chicago, immigrant from the Philippines. My family came here when I was 3 years old. I live in the Bucktown neighborhood for the last 10 years. I had been the executive director of a nonprofit that helps immigrants and refugees. Just recently cycled off there. My transit experience is having been the pleasure of working at the Chicago Transit Authority with all the hardworking men and women there. And also having worked at the city, being like deputy building commissioner.
Great. Thank you very much, Dennis. I once rode out of the Wilson Avenue station. Rahm Emanuel never could believe I rode out of that station because I married a woman from uptown. So I actually rode out of often on your line at Wilson, which has been greatly improved as a station. It's really amazing to see that transformation because I used to be able to look through the rotted out boards and look down and could see the street down below. Much improved, Dorval, wherever, and your staff, wherever you are. Nora Kay, Ryan, welcome. Are you on and can you hear us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. All right. Nora K. Ryan. I am the assistant to the president and chief external affairs for the Chicago Federation of Labor. I am a resident of Lakeshore East, and I have been years.
Great. I thank the mayor. You all are tremendous new appointees. Sarah Pang continues to be on our board, but I commend City Hall for just making great appointments here. And you will be great additions to the board. I think I've spoken to most of you. You will find our board engaging, very intelligent, and we have a super board, which you will be a tremendous addition to. So welcome, everybody. I want to thank the former board members for their service, and we will formally recognize them at next month's meeting. With that, we will move on to item 3, which is the approval of the minutes from the board meeting and executive session held on October 17th of 2024. Joey, you want to read a statement regarding the executive session from that day?
As required under the Illinois Open Meetings Act, 5 Illinois CS 120/2.06D, the board of directors met and determined that the need for confidentiality still exists as to all of the remaining closed executive session meeting minutes. Based on its review, the board reached consensus that there were no meeting minutes released at this time. The board also approved the destruction of the verbatim recordings from executive session meetings between May 2022 and May 2023.
Great. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any comments or corrections to these minutes? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion and a second to approve the minutes from October 17th. Director Carey moves, seconded by Director Groven, that we approve the minutes from October 17th, 2024. And with that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Carey? Aye. Director Colson? Director Gathing?
Aye.
Director Gorman? Aye. Director Groven?
Aye.
Director Jenkins?
Abstain.
Director Katarik?
Yes.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Mondero? Director Pang?
Yes.
Director Rotundo?
Yes.
Director Roth?
Yes.
Director Ryan?
Yes.
Director Sager?
Yes.
Director Yonan?
Yes.
And Chairman Dillard.
Thank you. All approved with 2 abstentions as they were new members. And that motion is approved and our minutes are approved from last month. Item 4, public comments section of the meeting. Any comments received now will be read into the record by the board secretary. Are there any written comments?
We have received no written comments.
And I think there's one person here who wishes to give testimony. Come on up and thank you very much for being here this morning. Introduce yourself and welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Dillard. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Director Redden. My name is Fabio Gittlicher, and I'm a member of Commuters Take Action, a group of Chicagoans advocating for better CTA. Before I start, I'd like to welcome the new board members. We're looking forward to your tenure. Today, I would like to talk about the required service board performance reporting, namely the CTA, which I take very often. As transit became especially unpredictable after the onset of the COVID pandemic, being able to monitor these performance metrics is really helpful to many riders. With the CTA having a long history of being shrouded in secrecy, it is great to see these performance measures being reported. For the first time, one can see just how many operators the agency lost in the past few years and what were the service cuts that the agency had to implement, the same service cuts that the CTA didn't admit to until public pressure mounted. But in 2024, it's promising to see the rising numbers of bus and train operators, which is leading to better service. The Metropolitan Transit Authority Act defines several metrics that the service boards need to report on. One of these is what is called excess wait time, which is the average amount of time that one has to wait for a train or bus that is more than the scheduled interval. This metric can be used to assess the consistency, or rather in the CTA's case, the inconsistency of delivered service. In the CTA's reporting dashboard, the agency only reports excess wait time during rush hour periods, where intervals between trains are low enough that a missed or delayed train is not going to lead to egregious excess wait time. However, if you had to look at excess wait time for a missed train in the middle of the night, where intervals are 15 minutes or more, this would paint a far worse picture. Therefore, I believe that the CTA should be asked to report excess wait time for all times of the day, not just rush hour. The Act also stipulates that service boards should solicit input and ideas on publishing data from public groups representing transit riders, workers, and businesses. At Commuters Take Action, we have submitted several ideas for improvement early on in this year, but none have been formally replied to or implemented. I think the service boards and RTA should take more active approach in shaping these performance metrics with key stakeholders and members of the public. Lastly, I want to talk about what to do with these metrics. We now have these metrics and it's time to act upon them. At Commuters Take Action, our primary advocacy is for more frequent and predictable service. Looking at CTA's charts for percentage of scheduled service delivered, the agency never delivered 100% of its scheduled service on all L lines anytime this year, with the one outlier being the week of the DNC, where they really pull out all the guns. But it seems like politicos matter a lot more than rides for average Chicagoans. But despite the failure to meet these existing schedules, Dorval Carter and his CTA decided to announce an increase in scheduled service at the beginning of this month, claiming a return to pre-pandemic service levels. However, these new schedules are once again not being met. If you ask me, it's absurd that we live in a system where a public agency can knowingly lie about service levels and mislead the hardworking transit riders in the city. Any transit schedule that is not being consistently fulfilled to 100% is a break of the public's trust. In any functioning system, the schedule would have been adjusted to meet reality to get it to 100%. However, the CTA keeps doing the opposite and seemingly increases its schedules when it's not being able to meet them. And I think this is the main crux of the issue that our LL advocacy group is trying to bring attention to. Anyway, thank you for your time, and please reach out to myself or Commuters Take Action if you wish to discuss this matter more.
Thank you very much. Your comments are well taken. CTA brass is right behind you, so they heard that. And as we proceed and the legislature proceeds on what they're going to do with the governance portion of mass transit, believe me, those will be issues that are going to get raised someplace, and they are being raised today. But thank you, excellent comments. And let's move on. Item 5 is the Executive Director's Report. Leanne.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome Chairman Dillard, new board members and our old board members. I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief today because the lion's share of the conversation is going to be you hearing directly from the service board. So I want to make sure there's plenty of time for that. But I do want to just focus on a couple of quick things before we get into that. Last week, we published just to give you a bit of context of where we're at in the budget process so far. So last week, we published the draft 2025 Regional Transit Operating Budget and Capital Program on the website, which is officially open, has officially opened our public comment period that stays open until Tuesday, December 10. You can find the budget under the Transit Funding tab on our website. along with a post on our Connections blog highlighting key facts around the budget, so helping people understand all the documents and the details. This morning, we sent out our newsletter that also includes links to both the website and the blog as well. So we've also presented with the service boards at several of the county hearings, including Cook, DuPage, Lake, and McHenry. We'll next be visiting Will and Kane. Both are happening on December 10. And we hope that we'll see the respective board members there to join us for those presentations and those conversations. We also will hold our virtual public hearing December 3rd. From 4 to 6 p.m. And I would encourage you to join us if you can. Everybody does actually have to register, so we can make sure everybody has the correct link to join that session. So we look forward to having you join us. And then finally, on December 19, Thursday, December 19, this board will reconvene and hopefully we will approve the regional budgets for 2025. A few other items I just want to note. On Thursday, October 24, we held our second summit, Transit Summit of the year. While the first one was focused on engaging a variety of experts and stakeholders to improve safety and the availability of social services across the system, this second one was focused on suburban transit and the future of suburban transit. We had more than 150 guests join us in Arlington Heights for that half-day workshop and session. And it was some really great engagement. I am going to ask your indulgence. We're just going to share a quick video, a couple of minutes of to give you kind of a quick snapshot of that.
Our state deserves the best public transit in the country, and I'm sure everyone here shares the goal of building a system that can provide such high-quality service.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to Arlington Heights for what I think will be a very worthwhile afternoon learning more about the critical importance of effective and efficient mass transit in our communities and in our daily lives.
You're sitting on the roads now at 3 p.m. where that used to be, hey, I'm going to get out of work early and get home early. You're now sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic because of those patterns that have come up post-pandemic.
What we're looking at is a 50% increase in what our needs are in the suburbs and to get the appropriate level of service for the suburban area. We need to have passengers know they don't have to memorize a schedule. There's going to be a bus there every 15 minutes.
With a $1.5 billion investment of annual funding, we can expand services beyond pre-COVID levels to serve Chicago's region of 2025 and beyond. We can cut wait times, put more buses and trains in service, and invest in making sure that they're reliable and safe for everybody across our region.
We need a robust public transit system. It's good for our economy, it's good for our public health, it's good for our quality of life, it's good to mitigate climate impact.
I'm a true believer that transit is our greatest economic equalizer. I say that to Mayor Johnson and to President Preckwinkle and anybody else that will listen. We are the greatest engine of economic growth that there is. We're the best investment you can make.
We have the train station in proximity, but there needs to be some enhancements. So for example, developments are attracted to our community now because people don't want cars and they want to be able to get to work and business quickly.
Once this COVID money goes away, we need to make sure that they always have their ear to the ground when it comes to our municipalities and specifically to the aspect of transportation.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address legacy funding issues, and the pandemic just escalated that. I would, make a suggestion to everyone gathered here today. This is kind of the one shot to do it, because if you don't do it and do it correctly, you'll be back in 5 years dealing with the same issues.
So I'll just talk over the rundown music. But we're incredibly grateful for all the elected officials that joined us, the engaged community members that spent a whole afternoon with us as well. We are already planning our first summit for 2025, so stay tuned for topic and more details to come in the new year. Over the last month, I also attended a policy meeting of the International Association of Public Transportation, or UITP is its initials, in my role as one of the 2 U.S. ambassadors to this international industry group. I also attended a retreat with the American Public Transit Association in my role as vice chair of that association. And again, I think the role for both organizations continues to be incredibly valuable to myself. I think the staff that we have engaged in some of these conversations, as well as we continue to learn from like-sized systems, not just nationally, but across the world as well. And I think that that's incredible, providing some really good insights as we continue to face some of the significant challenges that we do. So moving on to the next slide, please. Just a quick update on the legislative state of play. Because you're not going to actually hear from staff on this today, so I'm just going to sort of cover some of those topics. I will assume that you're all aware of the major federal and state race outcomes from earlier this month, including the naming of former Wisconsin Congressman Sean Duffy as the nominee for Secretary of Transportation. But another thing we wanted to just highlight is nationally, voters in 11 states were posed 33 ballot initiatives to support transit in their areas, and more than 83% of those passed to either significantly generate revenues for both capital and operating for their systems, or to continue to supply those revenue sources to them. And I think it's really important context for all of us to think about sort of that $25 billion in new or continued revenue that those areas are going to get. I think bodes well for the conversations that we're having here on the commitment and the importance of public transportation around the country. And I think what's even more interesting is the diverse kinds of communities where those ballot initiatives passed. So from Nashville to Maricopa County in Arizona to Washington State, that either directly voted to raise revenues to improve both investments or stop the repeal of some of those investments to continuing. And we published a long blog on all those measures. So there's more detail available that we have shared and posted that are also in today's newsletter. So I encourage you to take a quick look at that if you have a few moments. Turning to the broader federal agenda, Congress returned to session November 12 and continued negotiations on the 2025 fiscal year spending bills. The House passed spending bills at funding levels below what Republicans and the White House had previously agreed to. The Senate passed its spending bills higher than those agreed to with bipartisan support. Although none have, what they basically now have to do is either go to committee and try to reach consensus on the differences between those two. Alternatively, we'll continue to urge our congressional delegation to support the full funding for public transportation and key transportation discretionary programs. An agreement really needs to be reached by December 20. Or Congress is going to have to pass a continuing resolution to avoid shutdown of the government. So at this stage, a continuing resolution would pass. If that is the case and they don't come to consensus and they pass the CR, that's going to kick the conversation to the next Congress in the new year. So turning to Springfield and some of our local issues, we continue our weekly and in many cases often daily conversations and outreach with regional leaders and legislators, members of the General Assembly, as we are really in earnest preparing for the spring session, which we believe will be a very busy one. And I don't think it's a surprise to anyone, the key topics, the fiscal cliff and funding challenges that we're facing, which are really going to be a key topic. So just to wrap up, the final slide, Just a quick snapshot of today's agenda. Following this report, we will be giving you a presentation from RTA staff, a quarterly update on performance measures in accordance with the new requirements from last year's Transit Omnibus Bill. I think it's a timely presentation. You will be asked to actually take action on certifying that next month, but we wanted to give you an update. And I think it's also some of that is timely to some of the public comments that you just heard and a status update on how the service boards are progressing with that. Then you're going to hear from the leaders of each of the service boards, as I mentioned at the front end here, on their proposed budgets, which are scheduled for vote, as I mentioned, in December at your meeting. The final item is an action item, which is approval of some travel expenses for the chairman. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it back to you and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Leanne. Any questions, comments on her report? I just want to thank the staff for the tremendous work you put in. It's a lot of work to put these summits together. But the Suburban Summit was magnificent. The attendance was great. The mayor's panel was phenomenal. It was a diverse group of local mayors. And following that Saturday, I went to the Metropolitan Mayor's annual meeting or gala where those mayors were there and continued great dialogue. One of the beauties of these summits, and we did a big safety summit at the Chicago Cultural Center, is having, for the suburban one, we had New Jersey's transit person come in. We've heard from Minneapolis, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and other major cities. So I always tell the public, and I just did a real estate with Aaron Edelman and Audrey Wennick. We just spoke to a major real estate group this week at Maggiano's, but I want to assure everybody that we are constantly talking to all our peers in the United States as well as internationally and looking for any ideas and any help. We're all in this together with other major cities. But again, I just want to thank you all for putting together that tremendous summit. I guess one other comment is, and we've used it successfully in the past. We did it with the capital program, but nationally, when other cities, major cities, have referendum before their citizens, during the regular election cycle, they overwhelmingly, I mean, here it's 83% this last election day, they overwhelmingly always approve the transit, referendum that are in front of them. And I think that bodes well that people understand, that other policymakers in other states understand the importance of transit. And then last but not least, I was in Springfield probably 10 days ago, and a major player, Evadina Delgado, Representative Evadina Delgado, said, while it's going to be very, very difficult in Springfield after the first of the year to get the kinds of funding and reforms that we need, we start with one thing she thought, and she used to work with Natasha and others at the CTA. She said, we don't have to convince the legislature of the importance of mass transit anymore. They get it. And in past times, and I was there when the last funding proposals for operation were passed, many of my colleagues didn't, they always questioned the need for mass transit. Well, this time, I think everybody gets the importance of mass transit, $17.2 billion in economic activity annually from mass transit, a 4-to-1 return on investment, and even post-pandemic, moving 1.2 million riders a day. That's a sixth of Illinois' population. The legislature, as Representative Delgado said, understands the importance of transit. It's just trying to figure out how we govern it, and also, we're in lots of competition for needed dollars in a time of much transition. So at least everybody in Springfield, I think, recognizes the need. Something must be done. And then last but not least, in my messaging, Tina from our wonderful, and Rob Nash, remind me that we need to let the legislature and the public know we've got to deal with this by the end of their session in May. Sometimes the 2026 year is out there, but we need to deal with this by May. There are lots of federal regulations and hoops we must jump through if we were ever, and hopefully we won't have to make these draconian budget cuts of 20%, which means a 40% reduction in service. You just can't wait till the last minute to do this because there are so many requirements, especially under federal law, if we were ever to reduce some of the kinds of services that if the legislature doesn't act, would require the service boards and us to do. So, May is our real deadline with the legislature in terms of passage and knowing as the budget process starts what we will have available for 25 and 26. So the timing's more urgent than some may believe. And I just want to pass that message on to the board when you're talking to people. And please talk more to Tina, talk to Leanne about the timing. But they prod me when I'm out there speaking, saying, hey, there's urgency now. You can't let people think that we have more time than we really do just because of all of the regulatory hoops that we would have to go through should we ever have to reduce service by 40%. That's a staggering number that'll keep me awake at night, and hopefully the public as well. So thank you, Leanne, very, very much. Let's move on to item 6A, and that's the presentation and discussion of the quarterly update on performance measures reporting for substantial accordance with the Illinois Public Act 103-0281. Malik Vashnoff is here and will present these make this presentation to us. Thanks, Malik. Good morning.
I can't figure out how to get this chair up, so I'll just sit like good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Malik Vaishnav. I'm the Senior Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Capital Programming. And today I'll be presenting an update on the omnibus performance measures. You just heard a public comment on it. Today's presentation is informational only with no vote needed, but we'll be back in December where you'll be voting on this to certify substantial compliance with the Public Act 103-0281. This is the legislation that was, we can go to the next slide, please. So this was the legislation enacted in 2023 that requires the service board, CTA, Metra, and PACE to publish monthly operational performance measures and for the RTA board to annually certify compliance. Failure to certify that the data is published will result in RTA withholding the state reimbursement of free and reduced fares, which is approximately $17 to $20 million a year from the service board. There are 3 areas for publishing monthly performance measures that's specified in the Act. The first is staffing, which includes budgeted positions, filled positions on the operations side, new hires, attrition, staff and training, and absenteeism rates. The second area is service, which is scheduled service by route, delivered service by route by time of day, revenue miles, and access wait time by day, route, and stop that you just heard about in the public comment. And the third area is safety and security, which is crime incidents, code of conduct violations, and effectiveness of investments in private security or other safety or security investments made by the service boards. Today, we will cover the progress made by CTA, Metra, and PACE to meet these requirements. Next slide, please. Each of the service boards have performance measures available on their websites. As you'll hear in a bit directly from the service boards, they've been reporting some versions of these for years, but to really get in compliance with the Act, we have been working very closely with them to realign some of them and make changes throughout this year. CTA publishes an expansive performance dashboard containing 22 interactive pages on its website. The data are provided by month for the previous 12 months. Throughout this year, CTA has continued to address feedback from riders on the dashboard. Some of the updates include the summary page you see here of the key performance indicators, adding scheduled and actual trips, and other updates. As shown here in the summaries for hiring, rail daily average trips, and bus hours, CTA has seen a significant increase in staffing and service delivery this year. RTA staff has provided additional feedback on what other measures could be included, relating especially to the effectiveness of security investments that will be required to meet the omnibus requirements before you vote in December. Next slide, please. Metra's website includes a performance measures page specifically dedicated to the Act. Monthly tables are provided for each of the 3 general areas that I presented earlier. Metra has responded to the Act by pulling together measures previously not reported on their site. Here you can see a part of their service data section, which shows line-by-line service delivery by month for weekdays, Saturday, and Sundays. Results are available from March 2023 through September 2024. Metra is working to complete the staffing data requirements, which is a little bit more complicated given purchase of service model with host railroads. Additionally, Metra site will be separating out crime and code of conduct violations. Metra has already included reporting on some safety and security investments, such as the number of police officer train rides, station checks, and grade crossing enforcement details. As with CTA, measures on the effectiveness of safety and security is something we'll continue to work with CTA, Metra, and PACE. Next slide, please. PACE is providing a landing page on its website to report out the measures required by the Act. The page provides a mix of data tables and links to spreadsheets on the monthly service data. Here's a quick look at their staffing data section. Results are shown by month for the current year. You can see the number of bus operators hired, the number of budgeted positions, and fill positions. As with CTA, PACE is also showing increases in bus operator hiring throughout this year, and currently remains about 10% below the budgeted number as of August. In its safety and security section, PACE is reporting the percentage of buses with onboard cameras and alarms, monthly expenditures of private security at transit centers. Next slide, please. So here's a quick current summary of where we stand. CTA, Metra, and PACE are providing most of the monthly data, including all of the service area requirements. There's some remaining work to do between now and December on the staffing requirements and safety and security positions for some of the service boards. The Act provides that if no performance measures exist to evaluate the effectiveness of some of these items, the service boards and RTA should develop and publish these performance measures in the future. So we welcome your recommendations or feedback, as we have received also from the public, that we can incorporate next year, if the data are not available right now. Next slide, please. The Act also requires that the RT and the service board solicit input and ideas on publishing the required data. RT presented and solicited feedback from our Citizen Advisory Board. We have additionally solicited feedback directly from the public through our newsletter. Our board has received public comments in the past, including today. All comments and suggestions have been shared with our working group with the service boards, and we continue to see that some of the comments have been addressed as the service boards are able to make changes. CT has also presented its site with its CAB members, and Metra and PACE have committed to presenting these measures to their next CAB meetings. All web pages also include a form or an email for the public to provide feedback directly to the service boards. Next slide, please. So again, to summarize the next steps, we will continue to work with CT, Metra, and PACE to continue to add any data until the December RTA board meeting, where we will come to you for a vote to certify these results that we are in compliance with the Act. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments on this topic, Dr. Sagar?
Thank you, Chairman. Mike, can you tell us, is there a specific reason that some of this data is missing at this point?
Yes, I think some of the measures may not be readily available. They may need to be developed. Some of the way the act is written, especially on the safety and security side, it's pretty open-ended compared to service, where it's very clear what we need to provide. So we will see a few updates between now and December. So when I come back to you in December, I think a lot of the boxes will be checked. But we'll also request that if something is not available, then how we will justify that we'll be working together in 2025 to provide it.
I mean, it seems to me that some of this data staffing numbers, for example, current positions employed or available, attrition, some of those would be more readily available. I'm not sure I understand why it might be missing at this point.
Yeah, so in the budgeting process, a lot of the information is available globally. Some of these requirements are very specific to operational positions and hours. Especially in Metra's case, I think they'll address it directly too, but the host railroads a lot of the times provide services. So they're just sort of making sure that the data they have collected, especially for this act, are accurate, and they'll be publishing those soon.
Good point. Thank you so much.
Director Gorman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for your presentation, Mel. So where did the current data come from? I mean, because your presentation was great because I was taking notes, and then the next slide was public input was missing, and that was my next question. Does the public have input on this data? So you must be waiting to compile that to add it into, to update this report as well, correct?
Correct. So we have received input throughout the process. The dashboards went live. CT already had a dashboard pre-existing 2024. They have made several tweaks throughout the year, especially to address the act. So they are providing a lot more data than the act requires, but we still need to check these boxes as we mentioned, if certain pieces of data are not available. Metra and PACE have both launched these websites since May, I believe. So they have been making continual progress in adding information. So we've been doing it. So we're not waiting to the end of the year. This has been a work in progress throughout the year.
And where is that data? Is that from staff and public, or?
So all of the data being reported is the responsibility of each service board. It is their own information. That's where I think things get a little bit complicated on the safety and security side, where some of the service boards may not directly have access or oversee some of the components. So some of the data requires relationships with police departments or other private relationships to get the data on the website.
Yeah, because I think it's important to have that external input, because the gentleman we heard this morning, Fabio, had mentioned that, with the service levels not being there, but yet it's saying that the scheduled service and delivered service, that everything is there and, running well, but it seems on the customer rider side that it's not. So I think that, there might be a disconnect from, what staff is saying versus what the ridership is saying.
Yeah, I think this is pretty complex. I think there's a lot of information being provided and thrown in people's directions. But I also believe that some of the specific comments today were about expanding some data that may be provided only for certain time frame or days, and expanding that to provide for throughout the day for every trip taken. So we'll definitely take that feedback back to the service boards and see what additional information can be added to their dashboards.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Director Lewis.
Thank you. I just have one question to make sure I understand completely. Under what's at stake in terms of the enforcement, is the enforcement on the RTA for noncompliance, so that the free and reduced fare reimbursement that the RTA receives will be impacted by noncompliance? Is that correct?
Correct. So once a year, you will vote whether you believe we are in compliance or not. If the board fails to certify that, then technically the state's free and reduced fare funds, which are between $17 and $20 million that flow down to CT, Metra, and PACE, can be withheld.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Chairman, Director Gathering has a question online.
Yes, Director Gathering. Good morning.
Hi, thank you. I have two questions. The first is there any indication that they won't be able to fill in those missing measures by the December meeting?
That's a great question. At this point, we are on track, and you'll hear directly from the service boards in a bit about their budget, but I think all of them will sort of touch upon this. I think the only thing is that if there are areas where we genuinely don't have any data. How will we collect that data and provide that in 2025 is a justification that can be provided in maybe a couple of areas where currently there's nothing reported, but that would primarily be potentially on the safety and security side. It's also up to the board to provide feedback that if you think we are reporting certain things, but they're not enough, that you'd like to see more, that could be something that we can address as part of that vote as well.
Okay, and that's good because it leads into my next question or comment on the CTA safety data. The incidents are reported per revenue mile instead of raw numbers, and it's difficult to gauge how the safety effectiveness is going in that type of data measurement. So my suggestion would be to provide raw numbers and even a comparison or trend between 2023 and 2024 or comparison between months.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
It's a good suggestion, Jamie. Director Carey.
The Public Act requires the public input and suggestions, as has been talked about here. And RTA is working in a working group with the service bureaus to affect all this. So are we aware, for instance, the gentleman who spoke before us today, is RTA aware of the suggestions that go directly to CTA or to Metro or to PACE? We are.
We meet with the working group monthly in the beginning to set all of this up, and then quarterly since then. So yes, we do share back and forth of what we receive and what they're receiving. We will make sure before the December board on what the status is in terms of the responsiveness to those comments.
Okay, the responsiveness from the service bureaus to the people that submit the comments. And then also we can take it in from an RTA's perspective and say, hey, this is a great idea. We think you really ought to do this. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Director Koterik.
So I just wanted to underscore really how important this exercise is, and not just because of the consequences of what's at stake, which are serious in tens of millions of dollars, but really I think this speaks to the heart of what we're hearing from the General Assembly about transparency and accountability regarding things that matter: service, reliability, frequency, and particularly safety. And I think the last chart that you had up there, Malik, is really concerning on the safety part. Is that there's really missing pieces. On the CTA in particular, we talked about them, Director Gathing pointed this out, just what goes to the National Transit Database. That's not sufficient. And then the second part is that it's really about how do we measure this? How much are we investing in safety and security? And that might be security guards, it might be cameras, it might be technology. I think all of us and the public also really should figure out a way to measure, are these working? Are they helping? And if not, let's try something different. Two sort of questions for you. One, do we think that this should be regionalized and really put into an RTA hub? There's kind of disparate ways that this happen. And then the second piece is on our legislative agenda, we may want to add this because this is a temporary requirement. I believe the way the statute reads is just for the fiscal year 24 and 25. I think this is, again, a really important exercise. We're already gleaming a lot of insights and things to think about how we oversee the system. I think we should think about making this permanent as part of our request in the legislative agenda.
Thank you, Director. I agree with you. We just centralized our own dashboards into one place. We presented that to you a couple of months ago, and that's going really well. So RTA can be the regional data hub for information for everybody. Some of the measures from here can definitely go there, and they can be reported a little bit more differently for our purposes. I think we mostly focus to make sure we are meeting the letter of the law this year before we come to you for a vote, but the opportunities exist to go beyond that for sure.
Thank you, Tom. Any other questions on this agenda item? We have not obviously heard the last of this. Thank you. Thanks, Malik, very much. 6B is the meat of today's meeting, is the presentation and discussion of proposed 2025 budgets of the CTA, Metro, and PACE. And for each service board, why don't we'll obviously start with the CTA. Come on up. I saw Dorval. Mr. President, how are you, sir? And your team out there.
Welcome, and thank you as always for being over here. And with that, it's all yours for your presentation. Morning, Dorval. Thank
Good
you.
morning. And also let me take a moment to welcome the new city appointees to the RTA board. As you heard, many of them have connections to my agency, and many of them I know from my own personal work in the industry. And so I would echo the comments of the chairman that this is a very qualified group of appointees who will bring, I think, a really good perspective to the work that RTA does around supporting public transportation in this region. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, Chairman Dillard and members of the board. On behalf of the Chicago Transit Board and the Chicago Transit Authority's family of more than 10,000 employees, it is my pleasure to welcome, as I indicated, the newest members of the RTA board. Joining me today are Tom McCone, who's CTA's Chief Financial Officer, and in the audience I have Molly Poppy, CTA's Chief Planning and Innovation Officer, and Juan Pablo Prieto, our Director of Diversity Programs. Before handing things over to Mr. McCone, who's going to walk you through the specifics of our budget, I wanted to provide you with a brief overview of what CTA has accomplished in 2024 and a glimpse into what we're planning for the future. This year, CTA met what I consider to be our most critical goal for 2024, restoring rail and bus services to pre-pandemic levels by the end of the year. With our fall bus schedule, we have now returned to 98% of our pre-pandemic bus service levels, with the remaining balance being delivered next month. Earlier this month, we achieved our goal of fully restoring pre-pandemic levels of rail service. Our goal for next year is to provide even more bus and rail services where it is most needed. During the month of October, to give you a sense of not only have we restored service, but we are also meeting that service, we delivered 95% of our scheduled rail services and 99.1% of our scheduled bus services. So we haven't just added the service, we also have been in a position to meet those schedules as we move forward. This is a tremendous improvement from the 80.4% of bus services that we were delivering and 71.8% of rail service that we were delivering in 2022. Getting to this point has been no easy feat. In the last 2 years, we have hired more than 2,000 employees annually, including more than 1,000 bus operators. When compared to pre-pandemic hiring efforts, this is roughly a 50% increase in new hires. And we continue to onboard roughly 50 new bus operators every 2 weeks. We could not have achieved this had it not been for the historic, unprecedented effort put forth by the men and women across our hiring, recruiting, and training departments who have put in countless hours over the last several years. And Mr. Chairman, you certainly remember the conversations that were happening when I started this exercise, and the fact that there were a lot of people, particularly in a post-pandemic environment, who did not believe we were going to be able to meet those hiring goals to get our service back. So I am thrilled to be able to report to this board that we have accomplished those goals, and we continue to increase our employee workforce every single month. We've also seen steady growth in our ridership since the beginning of the year, including numerous ridership milestones, like reaching an average daily ridership of 1 million or more for the month of May. This is the first time we've reached those levels since the pandemic hit. In fact, CTA's year-over-year ridership growth is the second fastest ridership growth among all the largest American transit agencies, reaching 14% growth from April through July of 2024. These service improvements and ridership increases are in part a reflection of our strategic efforts over the past 2 years to expand, strengthen, and train our workforce, and in return improve the customer experience through more consistent and reliable service, cleaner facilities, modern amenities, and dynamic customer engagement tools. For our customers and employees, we continue to invest in measures that enhance the transit riding experience in the coming year. These measures include the completion of the first phase of the Red Purple Modernization Project, further progress and the beginning of construction for the Red Line extension on the Chicago Far South Side, the completion of accessibility projects at 6 CTA rail stations, railcar fleet overhauls and modernization, construction of a new operations control and training facility, as well as testing and launching new technologies aimed at improving customer safety and communication. Through these projects, we will expand contract and job opportunities, plus continue to provide the programs and resources to support the success of those who seek them. We will also explore ways to further supplement the efforts of our primary law enforcement partner, the Chicago Police Department. We have earmarked $3.3 million in our 2025 budget to solicit community input for the development of future pilots and initiatives aimed at improving system security. As we look towards the coming year, CTA staff and leadership are excited about the improvements and investments we will make for our customers and employees as we build on our significant 2024 successes. I believe any productive, meaningful discussion about the budgets and financial future of the three public transportation service boards does, however, require an acknowledgement that correcting the state legislature's funding formula for public transit must be a top priority. I'd like to provide several important facts for you to consider. CTA has the lowest operating expense and the lowest operating loss per passenger trip when compared to peer agencies, including my sister agencies, Metro and Pace. According to a Moody's Ratings 2025 Outlook report just issued this week, CTA ranked third among transit agencies nationwide for generating revenue from its fares pre-pandemic. That same report shows that the post-pandemic world, CTA is now among the top agencies seeing the least amount of growth in non-federal revenues, meaning we are far more reliant on federal relief funds to cover operating expenses than most transit agencies. And yet, within the Chicago metropolitan area, the CTA receives about 4 times less funding per trip than Metro and Pace. These facts make clear that CTA is operating efficiently, but unfortunately, it continues financial health requires assistance from our state lawmakers. As we are all aware, the fiscal cliff continues to approach. Throughout the past several years, I've sought to sound the alarm regarding the dire need to change how public transit is funded and prioritized in our region. The consequences of doing anything less, as you heard from the chairman this morning, are dire, and inaction will be a disservice to our customers that threatens the economic future of our region. With that, I will now hand it over to Tom McComb for additional insights into our operating capital fiscal plans for 2025 and beyond, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have at the completion of our presentation. Tom?
Great. Thank you, President Carter. Good morning, directors. Great to see you this morning. So I'm going to take you through an overview of our budget, along with a couple of other topics here that just kind of highlight what's happened in the past year and what we're looking forward to in the next couple of years. What you see there is a picture of the front cover of our budget book. Our budget was released on October 11th and has been available since then for public input. Obviously, we've been taking it to our board, and our board approved the budget on November 13th. So themes in this year's budget: enhancing service and reliability. So number one is, as President Carter stated, we've been able to rebuild the workforce. And so next year we want to continue to roll and move forward those investments in service and reliability to improve based on what we're hearing from our customers, right? We want more service, we want more reliability. So we're going to continue to double down and invest in that, the things that our customers want. In addition, we've added additional resources to clean our buses, trains, and our facilities. So we plan to maintain those investments in the coming year. Safety and security, obviously a priority. So we have been spending additional resources on security this year. And so we're budgeting at that level for next year, with the addition that President Carter noted that we've carved out some of that for some additional pilots to enhance security based on customer input. And then investments in employees, not front of the house, but back of the house. Incredibly critical for the 11,000 employees that we have, our investments in the facilities that they use and they use every day, along with additional operating support for them as well, to meet some of the what we're hearing from our employees and the feedback we're getting about safety and security and improving operating conditions. All right, so some further details on that. Our budget is $2.16 billion. As President Carter noted there was a report released earlier this week from Moody's. This is the 7th highest budget in the country. So while we have the 3rd highest level of ridership, again, highlighting the efficiencies that we deliver at CTA. This is an 8% increase over the prior year, and this reflects a 4% increase in wages. So we came to a negotiated agreement this year with our workforce for a 1-year contract. That 4% increase went in place on July 1st. And then in addition, that 4% increase in service that I mentioned. So we're adding that additional service, and that's included in these budgeted numbers as well. The capital improvement program comes out at just under $7 billion, which for those of you that have been here for a while will recognize that's a pretty high number for a CIP budget number. That reflects a lot of that external funding that we have coming in to fund the Red Line extension, and I'll talk about those details. The gap that we have this year that we're filling with federal relief funding is $578 million, so that makes up the difference between revenues, traditional revenues and expenses. On the highlights, in addition to the increased service levels, there are no fare changes in this budget. We're projecting ridership retention rate of 80%. We have those additional workforce investments. We do have an increase in our traction power expense. That's also captured in that increased budget level. And then we've maintained our investment in our social service outreach program. So that agreement that we have with the Department of Family and Support Services to provide outreach to unhoused individuals on the system is in there. Okay, so a little bit of overview on the outreach that we've done on our budget. So again, the budget was released on October 11th. We met with our Citizens Advisory Committee on October 18th. We reviewed not only the budget with them, but as Malik mentioned, we reviewed our public performance measures with them as well. We met with the Cook County Commissioners along with RTA and the other service boards on October 23rd. We had our public hearing on November 7th. We had 16 speakers. They've commented on a variety of topics, including service, scheduling, bus electrification, workforce, public safety, and additional customer tools. And then we met with our board last week on November 13th, and they approved the budget. Okay, so let's talk about the operating budget first. Just a reminder of the big picture here. So on the revenue side, we have our traditional public funding sources from the RTA, the sales tax, the real estate transfer tax, the additional PTF there. That makes up the left-hand side of that pie chart, so roughly 50% of the overall budget. On the right-hand side, you see our system-generated revenues there, so mostly fares and passes, but that's about a quarter of the overall revenue. And then the federal relief funds in there plugging the gap that we have there at that $578 million level. I will note here, this is where we also see our reduced fare reimbursement. That's at $17 million, but we'll note that that has actually been cut in half since it was instituted decades ago, and obviously is insufficient for the number of statutory rides that we are carrying through those mandated programs. Okay. Ridership. So let's talk about some of the successes that we've seen and some of the responses we've seen from our customers on the ridership side. So ridership is forecasted to finish 13.6% higher than it was in 2023. So really strong growth rate, double-digit growth rate on ridership. You can see in the trend on the bottom there. So we have pre-COVID, and then we have the drop obviously during COVID, and then the growth that we've been experiencing since then. So we've been in a really strong accelerated growth period here, sort of rising well above 300 million rides and in that double-digit growth rate, which we're projecting for next year. A couple of notes on that, which is that ridership retention is higher on bus than it is on rail. So we're projecting a 90% retention of 2019 levels on bus. We're projecting just under 70% on rail. That continues trends that we have seen throughout the pandemic. It's also consistent with what other agencies are seeing as well. It's just really strong ridership recovery on bus. Part of the reason why we're continuing to invest in bus, some of the things that we've heard from our constituents. Obviously, rail is growing as well, but it's got a little bit further to go to come back to that 2019 recovery. Going to the next page, actually go into a little bit more detail on one of the things that President Carter noted in his introduction, which is not only so that we've seen that strong growth, and that's resulted in now 72 days with over 1 million rides. We're regularly seeing over 1 million rides in the heart of the week. This compares to 27 back in 2023. So again, you're seeing busier trains, you're seeing more crowded trains, you're seeing more crowded buses. It's a good thing, right? The demand is there, and we'll be able to meet that demand with our service. We set a record on September 25th for post-COVID ridership, 1.14 million rides on that particular day. And then here's an interesting note too, is that the actual number of active Ventra accounts is slightly higher than it was during a similar period pre-pandemic. So we have the same number of people that are riding the system, they're just riding it less frequently. So, and I think that matches with all of our experiences and the changes that we've seen in commuting patterns, but it also highlights the essentiality of the service, right? That we're touching as many people, if not more, even if they're not taking us to work taking CTA to work 5 days a week. And then on the bottom there, you can see that year-over-year ridership growth, second only to DC, which had the opportunity to open up a whole new line out to Dulles, right, which is driving a lot of their ridership growth. And seeing here that we're really strong here. We obviously haven't had that luxury. We've actually had a major part of our system continue to be under construction on the Red Purple Modernization Program. So what's been behind some of this ridership growth? Well, it's really been our ability to deliver the service that we have and that our riders want and need, and that comes from our workforce. So our headcount has steadily increased over the past 2 years. You can see pre-pandemic, we were slightly under 11,000 in terms of our overall headcount. I will tell you that during the pandemic, it dipped well under 10,000 under the Great Resignation. We've been able to build that back, and net here, you can see year over year, we've added close to 1,000 employees. Those are frontline employees. They're serving our customers, driving the buses, fixing the buses, cleaning the buses and trains and facilities and everything associated with that. On the right-hand side, you can see our bus operator workforce. This is actually data that's available on our dashboard. And so you can see the growth there that we have in the number of FTEs in our bus operator workforce. For back-to-back years, we've hired over 2,000 employees. Half of those are bus operators. And you can see some of the recognition we've gotten for some of our diversity efforts in our employment, and also some of the efforts to improve conditions for our employees as well. A little more note on some of those successes and some of the drive behind that. We've attended or hosted close to 270 job fairs over the last 3 years. So almost on a weekly basis, we're out there trying to reach out to job applicants, people who are interested in a really strong job and strong opportunity with CTA. We've also focused a lot on veteran hiring. We have a lot of veteran initiatives to focus on improving the number of veterans that we have employed at CTA, and those efforts have borne fruit. In addition, we've entered a partnership 2 years ago with Olive Harvey College to support people who are interested in becoming bus operators, but they don't yet have their commercial learner's permit. That's often a barrier that we see for our bus operator applicants, and it could be they don't have the time, they don't have the money to pay for a class, they may not have the money even to pay for taking the test at the DMV. So what we do is we give them free 2 weeks training at Olive Harvey, and then we give them a check that they can take to the DMV to go ahead and take that driver's permit test. Been really helpful for getting folks who might not otherwise work at the CTA. Had over 200 people come through that program. I will acknowledge that PACE, we stole this idea from PACE because I know PACE was working on it too. So thank you for the idea. Much appreciated. So, and that we were able to successfully support Olive Harvey in getting external funding for the program for next year. So they got a state of Illinois grant, workforce development grant. So this program is actually free to us next year because of those efforts. So what has this done? So all these efforts has allowed us to restore that service to meet the workforce that we have here and meet the levels that we had in 2019. So service has been added as the workforce has grown. What you're seeing here is a trend going back to 2022, back when we had service levels that really scheduled service levels that exceeded the workforce that was available to run them. That was driving a lot of the inconsistency that you saw in service, right? This is a page that's pulled right from our public performance dashboard. It shows you the level of scheduled service and the level of actually delivered service underneath that. And you can see that gap. That gap is what delivers inconsistency in service. So what we did is we right-sized the scheduled service to meet the workforce that we had. That's what happened in 2022. That's why you see that drop. And that helped deliver more reliable service, albeit at levels that were lower than we think are proper for the customers and the customers are looking for. And so what you can see as we we rebuilt that workforce, and as I noted in those previous slides, we have been able to add back that service, and now we're actually delivering it, right? This is that 99% delivery level on bus, 95% on rail. Those are levels that match what they were pre-pandemic, right? Those are levels we were hitting regularly 99% pre-pandemic on bus. We were hitting 95% pre-pandemic on rail. We're actually doing better on rail on the weekends than we were doing pre-pandemic in terms of that service delivery. All right, so talking about moving from revenues and service is obviously driving expenses. So you can see our budget up here for expenses. Labor, 2/3 of the budget, right? That's directly going into service. Our dollars are going straight to deliver that service that we talked about. We are budgeting for 4% higher service next year than we had this year. It'll actually be 5.8% higher than it was in 2019. So again, meeting that rider demand. Materials expense going up. We have an older fleet, we have additional service, and we also have inflation, right? That's all going to drive the cost of materials higher. Fuel and power, we've heard a lot publicly about the increase in electricity prices. We are also a ratepayer, just like everybody else in northeastern Illinois, and so we are seeing some of those higher prices as well, and so that's budgeted here. We are seeing a little bit of savings off our diesel buy, so that's offsetting some of that electricity expense. Security services, as President Carter noted, $3 million was allocated out of that into the other expenses category. That was a change from the budget that we published. Still makes up about 4% of our expense budget. And then other expenses, it's large because it captures our pension obligation bond debt, which is in there. It's also where we house things like our contractual expenses for our fare system, and then things like our DFSS contract, our outreach contract are in there as well. Okay, security data. So one thing we want to note, talking about security and security expenses, obviously we budgeted at a slightly higher level this year. One thing that we noted here is we wanted to look at code of conduct violations. That was one part of that's in the state statute. As President Carter noted, the Chicago police provide the vast majority of this policing and the security services on our system through their mass transit unit and through other units that we contract with. We just got some information from them. We don't regularly get it, so it does come directly from the police on the number of tickets that those mass transit units have issued. And so I've provided that data up here. You can see slightly more than 8,600 tickets issued so far this year. That's a slight increase over what it was the prior year. Again, this is directly coming from CPD to give you a little insight into the number of tickets. Some of these are code of conduct violations that would be issued by those policing units. In addition, we have installed 239 bus operator shields this year. They look like that picture on the right-hand side that you're seeing there. These are sort of more fuller shields to help protect bus operators and really reduce assaults on employees. So we continue to upgrade the fleet to get to the point where we have 100% of buses with these sort of larger shields that are there to protect the operators. So far, we have 1,547 buses with these larger barriers. There's still about 400 to go. And as we get new buses and if buses undergo overhauls, those numbers are going to come up. So those are the sorts of things that impact the number of operator shields that we have. And then one thing we look at when we look at sort of the success of some of our security investments is what kind of complaints are we getting? How many customer complaints are we getting? So again, taking a snapshot here from our public dashboard and showing the number of customer complaints that we have, and we can actually filter that. This is filtered on the security complaints, and you'll see two numbers. One is the overall number of complaints, and that's that number in the gray bar there. And then the green below that is normalized for ridership. So you get two levels of sort of how many complaints are we getting from customers about security on the system. So you can see it's obviously not as low as we'd like it to see. It is moving in a direction that we'd like to see, which is continuing to come down, but there is still room to bring that level of customer complaints about security that we're getting further down. All right, that brings us to the two-year plan. So not only do we have the budget, but we also have the two-year plan. And so we show here the 2025 budget and then the 2026 and 2027 plan. And, the elephant on this chart is that gap, right, when we run out of federal funding revenues. Below this, we've incorporated the marks from RTA, so a little bit more than 3% growth on that public funding marks. But then we're going to have a little bit of money left over in 2026. So the remainder to fill there is about 539 million. And then we go into 2027, right? We see the bulk of that coming in at 642 million as the gap in funding that's needed to fill the gap and to provide this service that we've just been talking about. Go to the next page. One of the things that we want to highlight, and this is something that President Carter noted as that opportunity there, is that CTA is not only historically underfunded, but we're underfunded relative to our peers. And what that means is that there's less investment per rider on the CTA than there is at any number of other peer agencies. I know the RTA has noted sort of the level of state funding for regional transit is low compared to peer agencies, and noting here that when we look at the CTA specifically, we see that the subsidy per rider is low given any of the other comparables that we look at. We have the lowest operating expense, we have the lowest operating loss, but what this means is that we have the lowest level of investment in our riders compared to any other peer agency in the country, and then also relative to to our sister agencies as well. Okay, so I'm going to move from the operating budget to the capital budget. I'll talk about some of the projects that you've heard a fair amount about, but provide a little bit more insight into those. So on the capital side here, one thing to note, and I know the pie charts are a little bit small there, so I'll focus on the left-hand side, is that we have our traditional federal funding sources, right? So those are the formula funds that come in there. But below that, you see those discretionary programs and the transit TIF. The discretionary programs there, that is red line extension, right? That is pulling in the next 5 years of funding that's coming from that full funding grant agreement there that's going to be close to $2 billion, and the full amount of the transit TIF, that transit TIF that's meant to support some of the local funding for the red line extension as well. In addition, you see that additional local funding that we have planned in there to help match some of those funds. But it's not just the red line extension. You can see there's a number of major projects that are occurring as well and continue to occur throughout this 5-year program. So I'm going to start talking about programs here on the next page here, starting with that red line extension. Just as a reminder, there we are expecting $2 billion in federal funds. We're looking to execute that FFGA within weeks, hopefully, right? So, the mantra there, we've got all green lights. And so the mantra there is let's execute that and get that solidified and in place so we can get that $2 billion in for our region. So here's a reminder, a description of the project, the various funding sources that we have it. We do have the contractor under contract now and working on the design of this, and we're looking forward to, next year really getting launched and starting to see some work happen on that project. Next page, talk about all stations accessibility plan. So as a reminder, 70% of our stations are accessible, but we do have continue to have accessibility gaps in the system. One of the really exciting things is happening next year. President Carter mentioned this in his remarks, but as a reminder, Red Purple Modernization Phase 1, those stations are opening next year. So 4 new stations, all fully accessible, creating a really great sort of solution to accessibility on the red line, in addition to the improvement in the tracks and the structure there as well. So 2025 is exciting alone because of that, the potential that's coming there on the red line north. In addition, we have investments in the Austin Green Line station, the Racine Blue Line station, a number of other stations there in Phase 1 of ASAP. You'll see Phase 2 on the bottom there. We've also started up a more detailed elevator replacement and rehabilitation program for those stations that do have elevators but may suffer from consistent outages because they may have the elevators, but it's only as accessible as it's operating. So we want to make sure that we're rehabbing the elevators that we have, which again, decades and decades old and sort of are in desperate need of some rehabilitation as well. So even as we're installing new ones, we don't want to forget about the ones that need that upkeep. Going to bus electrification, we continue to put funding into the bus electrification program. This is going in 2 places. One is making sure that our facilities are ready to provide the power that's needed to those buses. So these are investments in back of the house facilities. These are the garages and making sure that the garages are ready for those e-buses. And then it's allocating funding for the purchase of buses. So again, we've talked a little bit about some of the supplier issues that may present here. But we want to make sure that we've got the money ready to buy the buses as they do become available, and that we've got the garages and facilities ready to support those buses as they arrive as well. And then modernization of the fleet. So we are continuing to upgrade the bus rolling stock. We are continuing to get delivery of new buses throughout 2025. So those 600 buses that are in our current order are going to continue to be delivered. We are also continuing to get that rolling stock in. So that base order that we have for the 7,000 series continues to come into service in 2025. It'll continue beyond 2025 as well as we continue to receive that base order of rolling stock. And then updating and upgrading and overhauling the stock that we do have, because we know it's going to have to last a while. So we undergo pretty extensive overhauls of that rolling stock. And then below that, the back of the house, the support equipment as well, and the program that we have for that. Some of these are for things like investing in bus turnarounds to provide 365-day-a-year restrooms for employees, part of those investments in employees that I mentioned at the start of this. And then we know on the agenda today, we want to talk a little bit about performance. I've shown you some of the slides that we do have from our dashboard to highlight service and the investments that we're making. I do want to give a little bit more overview on our performance dashboard. As Malik noted, 21 pages of information that's updated monthly. It's an interactive format that allows users to focus on lines, routes, time periods. We solicited feedback when we launched this, actually more than a year ago at this point, getting public comment on it. And then we also reviewed it with our Citizens Advisory Committee. And that's a broad representative group of constituents and riders and others. Really took the time to walk through the dashboard with them, show them the information that was available. I think they appreciated the depth of information. We got a lot of questions about specific buses and routes and sort of like that they themselves may be riding, and to be able to drill in and to show them some of the performance there, I think was really appreciated. And so, we incorporated that feedback. One thing that came from that advisory committee that I think we also heard from the RTA is, can you have a summary of this? This is a lot of data. It's a lot of information. Where do I look on that? And so one of the pages that Malik presented to you was an update to have that summary page to show what some of those trends are in this. It helps people wade through that information. And as noted too, I'll show you the next page here, which shows some of that interactivity. Again, this shows you how you can interact, highlighting weekdays, Saturdays, Sundays, particular routes, and then you can dive further into the data. And for things like our rail service, where we might show, slightly lower delivery on maybe a particular day, we're actually showing the major delays that we might have experienced on that day and the sources of those major delays. So that's some additional information that we've brought forward that's not required in the statute, but does help people interpret the data and sort of understand it a little bit better as well. And then a little bit of information about sort of the benefits that we're seeing through our capital program, and our capital program investments is our DBE program and DBE and workforce program, really, which is really, it's not just about sort of what we build, but how we build it and the importance of that as well. So you can read the numbers that are on the slide here, but I just want to read out a few that are from our Red Purple modernization project, which is no longer in our capital plan because it is fully funded from prior years. But Red Purple modernization plan, $289 million has been awarded to DBE firms. That's 121 unique DBEs. 54 of them are new to the CTA, so 54 firms who had never done business with CTA in the past are now doing business with the CTA through that contract. In addition, it's provided $124 million in wages. Because of the workforce goals that we have on that contract, 10% of those wages have gone to WIOA qualified individuals, nearly 15% to union apprentices, and over 30% of that labor is coming from people who reside in economically disadvantaged areas. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Tom. President Carter. Director Colson, question? Comments?
Hi. I need to ask about the CTA debt and the bonds, if I can. According to this budget, what 1.5 billion in new bonds is anticipated. Is that right? Most of which is the red line extension. Is that right? Or?
Correct. Most of which is most, but not entirely for red line extension.
I understand. Yep. And I think the Tribune said you're going to ultimately borrow 1.9 billion for the red line. Is that right? Or
that we have in the project budget.
Okay. And I noticed that. Obviously, you have to pledge sales tax receipts for these bonds, and you have no principal payments for 41 years. Am I right?
We haven't structured the RLE bonds yet, so we'd only be speculating on the structure for any future bonds.
and no principal for 41 years. I mean, our grandchildren would have a huge hit in 41 years, even though it seems like a long way away. Are there any plans to deal with that?
So first of all, just talking about debt service generally, right? We are highly impacted by our pension obligation bonds, right? So our POBs currently require $156 million payments annually until 2040. So that highly impacts our ability to kind of afford the investments that we need to make. So what we look at when we start to structure debt is really the overall payments over time, right? Are they meeting the lifespan of the asset that you're investing in, right? And something like red line extension, we expect that to be around for generations, right? So they're certainly expecting a long life with the red line extension. And then we look at affordability, right? How do we most effectively afford it without the detriment, not being to the detriment of the capital program or to the operating program. And so a lot of times what we've seen in the past is we've had to structure our debt in such a way that it accounts for that pension obligation bond payment, but does so in a way that's affordable to that. Some of that is by using interest-only payments over time until we free ourselves of that cliff that the POB presents to us.
And that's going to take place in about 2040?
The POB gets paid off in 2040.
Okay, well, thank you. And I rode the 22 Clark Street bus last week, and your bus operators are amazing people. I say that. I've never ceased to be amazed at how talented they are. So,
I cannot agree with you more. Thank you.
Yes, Director Mondero.
Hi, Tom. You mentioned that, that the reduced fare reimbursement has reduced over time of what CTA receives. Can you or the President Carter, expound on that a little bit, please, and explain the dynamic of why it's been reduced?
Well, let me start and then I can turn over to Tom. As you know, the state has historically never funded the full cost of the reduced fare program from the very beginning, while adding to the reduced fare program over time in terms of eligible recipients to receive it. That has resulted in basically what I view as an unfunded mandate that we've had to absorb within our budget. And I would suggest it's not just CTA that's experienced that, but Metro and Pace as well. Historically, we're receiving around 34 million. Thank you. See, the benefit of being president is that you have to remember all these numbers because you have staff that will tell it to you. But historically, we received about 34 million, and that got cut to about 17 million. There was a slight uptick in that funding level this past year, but we are still way below the number that we received historically, and even more below the actual cost of that particular expense, which is near $100 million a year. So certainly one of the things that we have raised down in Springfield as they continue to look at what they need to do to provide adequate funding for public transportation is fully funding the mandates that they have imposed upon us to allow us to basically, deal with these increased costs, recognizing that the customers who are benefiting from this certainly deserve to benefit from these programs. They are a lifeline for many of them in terms of mobility. And this is not about our feeling about the importance of the program. It's more about the feeling of how it gets funded so we can properly absorb those costs.
Can I just sort of round some of that out too from a regional, and President Carter is exactly right, it affects CTA, Metra, and PACE. The totality of, and we actually think of them even a little more broadly, so the combination cost of provision of ADA paratransit service across the region and the reduced and free ride programs. ADA is about $250 million on an annual basis, and the reduced and free ride programs totally across the region is about $150 million. The state is right now only providing in totality across all of those about $29 million. It is, at one point we were at an all-time high, and I say that with a little smirk because those numbers are still pretty consistent. I mean, they've grown a little bit over time, but at the high we ever got to was about 34 million. So I think CTA is talking to specifically their sort of slice of that pie, but it is a significant issue that we face. And when you talk about, the totality of 400 million, if the state was to fund the totality of those programs, which has significant impact and benefit to the three operators, it really starts to also chip away at the fiscal cliff that we're facing. So these are very real programs and very real gaps that we're facing that I think is really one of our ongoing and sort of top of line legislative asks of Springfield.
Thank you.
Dennis, you done?
Oh, Chairman,
No, go ahead.
Actually, I have another question regarding security. The security data, you mentioned that you track the customer complaints. Where do you pull the data from? And what I mean by that is, does that include like 911 calls that are incidents that are on CTA?
Yes, let me talk about where we pull our data from. It is straight from our customer service center, right? So people either call or they email, right? They reach out to us and say, hey, I want to complain about X, Y, Z. The police have the data about police incidents, right? So you can go to the police's open data portal, you search for CTA, right? And you'll get CTA stations, bus stops, vehicles, and you'll see the crime incidents at those locations as well. So ours is specific to the customers calling in about security incidents.
Dr. Sauger.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate and really commend CTA on being able to restore pre-pandemic ridership levels and further the anticipated increase in this next fiscal year. So congratulations to your HR group and all of the training staff and that for being able to bring in the employees that are necessary to restore those levels. So congratulations. I also want to express appreciation for the responses that were made to questions extended by the RTA staff here. That list of questions was long and involved, and so I do appreciate your responses to those questions. My questions are really four, and they're going to focus as a follow-up to Director Colson's with regards to item number 15, which is the bond question there. So can you tell me, please, I want to confirm that I understand your planned bond issuance in this next fiscal year. Is it 1.5 billion or is it 1.5 plus 1.7?
No, it's in the, so let me pull up the capital program here. So what you'll see in the capital program is, again, this will be RLE plus, right? Because we do have bond funding and a couple other programs as well, is a little bit more than 200 million planned for next year for the CTA bond program.
200 million.
200 million.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me how far the CTA is from the bonding limit? Do you have an upper cap or upper limit?
So we look at our debt service coverage. Our debt service coverage is pretty strong on the sales tax credit. So we're at, I can get you those precise numbers, right? But between 3 and 4 in terms of coverage. So for our senior debt, it's 2 times coverage. For our junior debt, it's 1.5 times coverage. So we're well within those coverage limits.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing I had a question about is what portion of the issued bonds goes to debt service itself?
It depends on the bond itself, right? And I think you're looking at both capitalized interest, right? And then the debt service payments. Again, it depends on the structure, and you can look at some of our prior bonds to get an example of sort of what we've gone towards interest. I'd have to get back to you to calculate it for exactly to cover the capitalized interest period plus those interest-only payments. I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you. I'd be very interested in that if we could get that information. Thank you.
Sure.
And I want to go back to Director Colson's, question about the approach that has been taken with regards to focusing on debt service payments until 2041 and not approaching principal payments. I just want to dig into that just a little bit deeper with regards to the justification for that strategy. Can you give me any bullet points that I can kind of grab a hold of there to understand that strategy?
Yeah, it's really to look at the impact of our debt service payments over time. So as I mentioned, the pension obligation bond, we're paying off $2 billion worth of bonds to fund the pension and the retiree healthcare trust. It's $156 million a year we're making in level debt service payments, right, for the 30 years from when it was issued, right? In 2040, when we pay those off, right, that goes away. So what we're looking at is all of our debt service over time. So not only the POB, but the other debt service that we have, and making sure that we're affordable across time, across all of those. And so you can see that when you look at our debt service chart, that you can see that cliff that is presented by the POB. And what we're trying to do is just equalize our debt service payments over time to make sure that it's affordable and not unduly burdening either the capital or the operating budget in a way that really just wouldn't be affordable.
So my question then is how is this going to be able to be continued? And how are we going to stay ahead of that debt with the debt service and then paying off that debt, knowing full well that we're looking at a shortfall even in 2007 of 642 million there?
So, and that's on the operating side. So we're talking about the capital side of things. So that's the difference. Yeah.
But still, I mean, still we've got.
Well, I mean, let's
apologize for that confusion right now,
No.
but I also am concerned about being able to frankly stay ahead of it.
Well, let's expand the conversation out a little bit more to the entire financial situation of CTA. And I would, suggest that it's also the situation that Metro and Pace are obviously facing as we go into this fiscal cliff conversation. There is no internal solution to those problems. Regardless of how much debt I have, regardless of the cost efficiencies that we have identified, will continue to identify, we're not going to be able to solve that kind of a problem. To put it in context, we were talking about the doomsday budgets back in the early 2000s. We were talking about a $100 million deficit. And at that point in time, we're talking about cutting a third of our rail system and other things that were viewed as draconian beyond all belief. We're talking 600 million right now, and that's just CTA. There is no solution to these problems unless we get more public funding to support us, which is why the conversation down in Springfield is so important, and which is why RTA, CTA, Metro, and Pace are all down there making the case for that. And the other point, which I think we're making, which I think it needs to be understood here, is that we also just need to fix the entire formula. We need a formula that actually works the way it was designed to work. And what do I mean by that? The current formula that we have in place was supposed to provide enough funding through the formula to support the operating expenses for both CTA, Metro, and Pace, and provide a discretionary pot of money that RTA could use to ultimately drive regional priorities, initiatives, activities, whatever it is that they felt was something that we needed to do as a region to support public transportation as a service. In reality, what has happened is that the formula has never provided enough funding to support CTA's day-to-day operations, ever, in its entire existence. And so in order to accommodate our operating costs, RTA has had to allocate, all of you here, basically 98% of that discretionary money to CTA for day-to-day operations. Now, could you imagine what RTA might have been able to do if that money had been available for them to pursue things like regional fare policies or improve, regional projects improve projects of regional significance or other things that we talk about on a regional level that could benefit all of our customers and everyone in this region? You are not the reason for these problems. You are victims of a formula just as much as I am. And the point that I'm trying to make and continue to make down in Springfield is we have a unique opportunity right now to correct that and come up with a funding approach for the region that recognizes the real cost of providing public transportation and then provides us with the resources to do the other things that we think are important in this region that don't necessarily reside within the purview or control of either CTA, Metro, or Pace. So that's the environment that we're operating in. And within that environment, as Tom has pointed out, we've tried to find ways to leverage the resources that we have to continue to improve CTA going forward. And while I've been having an operating conversation, there's a similar conversation we could have on the capital side, which many of you have already experienced, which was the roller coaster ebb and flow of capital programs over the course of the last 20, 30 years or longer. What that has meant is that CTA has had to get issued debt in order to basically keep the system up and running. It is not something we would want to do. I'd much rather use, public subsidies to pay for that. But the reality is that if we weren't going to do it ourselves, you wouldn't even have the system that we're talking about today. So yes, you're absolutely right. It is a burden on CTA to have this debt. But from my perspective, it is a burden worth taking on because of the impact of the investments we've had to make to keep the system running. If we get to a point where we find solutions, permanent, sustainable, long-term growing solutions for both our capital and our operating budgets, then a lot of these problems can go away. And I'll be the first person to be happy to come to an RTA board meeting and not to have a conversation about CTA debt and how much of it we have, because I recognize why you worry about it, and I understand the importance of what we're talking about, but I also know that there are very few options that CTA had to deal with a system that's 150 years old and that has, over $13 billion worth of unmet capital needs to get to a state of good repair. And so that's what we've been trying to do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your forthright commentary. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Doctor. Director Carey.
I do have a couple questions not related to debt, but I do want to follow up.
You can ask us more debt questions. I don't mean to shut anybody off.
Appreciate that. I do have one specific though, and I really appreciate your comments, President Carter. There's nobody in this room that wishes you haven't had to take on the debt you have and that you have to continue to take on the debt. But there is in the Q&A that there was a question from staff as to why the proposed bond issuances use capitalized interest. Has that happened in the past or is that something new?
No, we've done that in the past. We view capitalized interest as the project has come online, so that's not a new practice. We obviously look at the term of it, right, when we're issuing the debt, but we've seen it be up to 3 years in previous bond issues.
And that's just to do, as you explained, to stretch, what we can afford to pay, what you can afford to pay.
Yeah, it improves the affordability of it. It also recognizes kind of when the asset's coming online as well.
Okay. I did have a question related to security. The data, we realize that it's all the data we'd like to see is not readily available. In answer to one of the questions that was posed to you, you said you're going to develop some scorecard and evaluation tools and some pilot programs. I'm curious on the timeline on that.
Well, our board at our last board meeting was pretty clear about their desire for us to figure out a strategy of alternative approaches to dealing with security and safety and to do it sooner rather than later. So I would suspect that in the first quarter of next year, we will be moving forward on initiatives. We have not figured that out to date. I've had about a week to start figuring out what it is that we're going to do. I have some ideas of things I think would make sense in that regard, but I'm not ready to necessarily discuss them publicly. But the idea is to really see where we can strengthen alternative approaches to dealing with safety and security. That includes obviously leaning even more into our social services efforts and our desire to try to address homelessness, mental health, and drug addiction problems that occur on CTA. But as you know, this is a problem that is much more broader than public transportation. And the coordination and complications around these issues, in many cases, is one of the most vexing problems that I've ever experienced as a transportation professional. Having said that, we understand what our customers are looking for. We understand the need to continue to work as best we can to address it. We also understand the need for the Chicago Police Department to step up and do more. They are a critical component, as Tom indicated, to our overall policing strategy. And we know that their presence on our system does have an impact. So we'll continue on all those fronts, along with looking at technology and other innovative approaches that we can take to try to address the issue as best as we can, recognizing that when you're carrying 1 million people a day over the geographic coverage of the entire city of Chicago and many of the suburbs, you are not going to be able to address everything everywhere all the time. Nor does that happen for any other municipal government that faces similar problems.
Okay, thank you. Trying all the different things, excellent, and you've done it this year and you'll continue to do it. What I think we all collectively look forward to, and you do too, is how to collect the data from how the effectiveness of each of those. So that's what I think, this board certainly looks forward to seeing.
Sure, and obviously, we have more data that we can provide. I think that's part of what Tom was indicating, and we'll continue to work on that. I think the one thing to keep in mind in this whole conversation, and this would apply to whether you're talking about CTA or CPD or anyone else, is that you never have a way of measuring what doesn't happen from an effectiveness standpoint. You can really only measure what does happen. And so there's always going to be a portion where you're talking about this topic around effectiveness that isn't easily measurable or captured in any way, because the person who doesn't assault somebody or the person who doesn't commit a crime on CTA isn't captured anywhere. And that's, just part of the reality of what we're dealing with.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question has to do with Ventra and 3.0. We all are well aware, painfully aware, of the problems that occurred when Metra changed fares with, and I don't honestly know how much was Ventra, how much was Cubic. But what's our confidence level that this 3.0 rollout will go smoothly?
Well, first of all, let me be clear. It was a Cubic problem, not a Ventra problem.
And are we still using Cubic?
We are still using Cubic because it's their system that basically we're operating under. And Cubic is obviously a global company that provides these fare systems to transit agencies all over the country as well as around the world. What I can tell you, I wish I could promise that there won't be any problems, but what I can tell you is that my staff is working very diligently, along with working with Metro and Pace to mitigate as best as we can any problems as we move forward with the rollout of 3.0. One of the reasons why the regional pass was delayed from being issued was because we had to prioritize fixing Metro's app problem because of the challenges around that, and we felt that was a more important priority than getting the pass up, because we need the app to work properly for the pass as well. So, we're on track to get the pass up and running. We're excited about the opportunity that it's going to present. I know I've got a little bit off topic here, but I also recognize that without Cubic's, direct and full support, we're not able to deliver on these things the way we want to, and we're going to continue to hold Cubic's feet to the fire to deliver what we expect and the quality of what we expect for the product that we're delivering every single day. So am I confident? As confident as I can be, given the fact I don't control the work, but understanding that I have very talented people who are working to make sure that they do what we need for them to do to roll the thing out appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Director Gorman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President Carter, Tom, for your presentation. I also appreciate my colleagues' attention and questions in addressing the finances regarding debt and interest and security. So eliminate that. But and I also appreciate your detailed answers to the questions, that were provided to you. But just a couple of questions that I do have. As far as in your presentation, it says CTA's ridership is growing faster than peer agencies. Who are those peer agencies that you're comparing that to?
Actually, I don't know if you can pull up the slide, Tom, but the slide had it. It's basically Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Boston, New York. I'm probably missing one. SEPTA. I said Philadelphia, right? Right. But in that bar graph, you'll see the other peer agencies that we were referencing there. There you go. Yeah. LA, right.
All right. Thank you for that.
And Liz, DC Metro, they opened a new line, so that it helps them. They're the only ones that beat us.
Yeah, and I think it's, when we talk generally about how we compare our ridership compared to our peers, there are things like that need to be kept in mind. There are other transits that open up new lines, have totally redone their bus system and other things that may have impacted how their ridership retainage has grown over time. But I think this is a very effective way of looking at what the trend is going forward, and I think giving us a real direct level of feedback on the impact of the investments that we have made in terms of improving service. Obviously, there are a lot of external factors that impact ridership, employers calling people back to work, and other things that also have some geographic impacts as well. As you all know, Washington, D.C. is pretty much a one-company town. When the federal government says that you have to go back to work, that significantly impacts WMATA. I won't be surprised if under the new administration, there's going to be a real big increase in WMATA's ridership as they become a lot more serious about those issues. But here in Chicago, we have seen a really good, level of growth in terms of employers bringing their workforce back into downtown Chicago. You heard Tom talk about the ridership on rail as opposed to the ridership on bus. One of the reasons why the ridership on bus is growing faster than ridership on rail is that, as you understand, my rail system is fixed. It is primarily focused on going in and out of downtown Chicago, which means that it primarily focuses on work trips, weekday commuter service. That has not returned as fast as other types of trips for entertainment, trips for pleasure and choice, what we refer to as choice trips. The good news is that we have one of the most robust bus systems in the country. And so as those opportunities arise, particularly on the weekends and late night, our bus system is more than capable of supporting that work and creating the right connections to our rail system to allow our customers to get around fairly easily. And I think that's one of the reasons why you've seen the ridership growth that we have seen over the past year. It's one of the reasons why we're really focused on those opportunities going forward, because I think that's where our ridership growth will come from over the course of the next year.
Great. Yeah, and your fixed rail system shouldn't be confused with a rigged rail system, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thanks for your clarification. Operators have always been a challenge. And it's great to see the partnership with the colleges and whatnot, and to see those FTEs being filled. Do you see it working, and do you see retention in this program that's being set forward with the operators that have been filled?
Yeah, we are seeing it working. One of the challenges that we have faced from an agency perspective in terms of our culture is that we've had a huge turnover in our workforce in an unbelievably quick amount of time. So the culture of our workforce has changed dramatically, which requires us to look at them differently, to treat them differently, to manage them differently than we may have done, 5 or 6 years ago. We are definitely aware of that, and I think that we are focused much more on employee appreciation and other activities to support our employees, on mental health and other services that can support the challenges of their jobs, to really make sure that they do have the tools necessary to be successful in their jobs, and that we're seeing that play out in terms of retention rates that we're seeing of the employees we're bringing on. Some of the hardest jobs that I could ever imagine anyone doing is driving a bus or operating a train. I've readily admitted that I could do neither one of those things myself. But those are our most valued employees, and we're certainly looking to find ways to support them every way that we can, including making sure that we can keep them as safe as possible.
All right, thank you. Just as far as, there's a mention of the, facilities and facility assessments and, conversions and whatnot. I'm just curious, one of the things we did in Cook County, and Director Yonen's, fairly more familiar with this, is some type of asset management. I'm just curious, with the hundreds of facilities and locations that CTA has, if there's a list, and I mean, you don't have to get in the details of how it's managed, what's being used, what's not, have there been energy audits done, about cost savings? Are they being used? Aren't they being used? Because this was a question that actually was used or addressed, when we were at the county board regarding, which I'm sure Jim will talk further about, regarding a Metro warehouse, that was used, and it was kind of It made sense after it was addressed, but, we just don't want to be approving, facilities, and sitting on facilities that don't, that are vacant or could be, exhausted or, sold off.
So CTA does have a transit asset management plan that gives us, keeps track of the condition of all of our assets, both facilities as well as rolling stock and everything else. We also obviously deal with the state of good repair issues surrounding those assets on an ongoing basis, and that's part of the work that Tom and his team do on a regular basis. We also have federal requirements around these issues that we're required to report out to the federal government on a regular basis. With regard to energy efficiency, yes, we have done those types of audits on our facilities. Have certainly taken steps, particularly with improved lighting and other things that are intended to be much more energy efficient. A lot of challenges that we have around many of our facilities is the age of them themselves. They're in need of repair. They need new roofs. They need the type of things that can obviously improve those efficiencies. But where we can make those investments, we have been, and will continue going forward.
Director Gorman, can I just also
Sure.
add to that? Beyond each service board having its own asset management system, then it rolls up and the RTA maintains, as federally required, a region-wide asset management system. Specifically on the energy efficiency kind of conversation too, probably about 10 plus years ago, we did collectively a lot of work in that sort of energy efficiency space. The RTA actually funded for the 3 service boards to do that initial inventory of sort of what their needs are, what their usages were. We actually then invested in a region-wide sort of management system that they could use. And then the 3 service boards have now essentially sort of adopted versions of that themselves. So we sort of funded that pilot to get everybody up to speed, did that initial assessment. We've also funded in the past some specific studies around like power regeneration and things like that off the system. So how can you recapture energy that the trains, for instance, sort of generate? Can that be captured? To sort of try to literally look under every rock to see if there's ways. So I think a lot of the work that we did about 10 years ago is now became the foundation of their ongoing management, a lot of those big capital infrastructure investments, as well as even some of the operational management and efficiency stuff.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for that. And just one more. And so you mentioned, President Carr, the top agencies increasingly rely on federal agency relief funds, 4 times less federal funding per trip than PACE and Metro. Can you just explain briefly what that means and what PACE and Metro aren't getting and what?
Sure, and I may have Tom talk about it a little bit more than me, but what we're really referencing there is the level of federal subsidy that's necessary for us to meet our operating costs. That's sort of the inverse side of the conversation about the amount of subsidies that we're getting through the formula. PACE and Metro don't need as much of the federal funds because they have more of the formula funds that come in through the state to support their operations. That was the sort of the cost per trip point that I was making. The reality is, one, obviously my system is much larger than PACE and Metro, so our costs are always going to be a lot higher to maintain, and that obviously means that you need more resources to support it. But it's also part of the conversation that we had around how the emergency relief fund should be distributed when we were dealing with it during the pandemic. And it was also one of the reasons why CTA pursued the additional discretionary money for the relief funds, because we knew that we were going to have a harder burn rate or a higher burn rate as a result of our operating expenses. And needed to collect as much of that money as possible to get us as long as possible through the transitional period. I can tell you that if we hadn't gotten the additional money, particularly the discretionary money that we got for emergency relief funds, we would probably be having the conversation next year that we're going to be having 2 years from now. We would have been in a much more dire financial situation in terms of our ability to keep our operations going.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairman, Director Ryan had a question. Let me see. I think she maybe.
Director Ryan, Nora, Jan.
like she may have actually dropped off, but
Okay.
if she comes back on, I'll let you know.
Great, thank you. Director Yonan.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, Mr. President, CFO Tom, thank you for your presentation today. Just very thorough, a lot of information, obviously, to digest, but appreciate the honesty, the difficulties and some of putting these numbers together. One area that I kind of wanted to focus a little bit on is, and you tell such a great story about the potential for hiring bus drivers, a very great job, a very fulfilling career. I know over the years as I've taken CTA from days of high school and really getting to know the different bus drivers, that this is truly an opportunity to grow that middle class in a job that is very sustainable. And one of the things that, you had kind of commented on, Mr. President, about is just how you're right, bus ridership is going to continue to grow because not everybody is going to the destinations of your rail system. And so with that, I love the capital improvement program, a lot of great things that are, happening. But I think at times perhaps what gets lost in this, and again, with some of your great ability to bring in some federal dollars, some funding from Springfield, would be to maybe take a little bit more of a leadership role if there could be a commitment to understanding that, again, the bus systems, as they get to that saturated capacity, you obviously know the city's commitment to a multimodal system is creating road diets. It's putting, people on other modes of transportation. And there really needs to be an investment in some type of, whether it's signal preemption or just a master plan within the city where CTA takes that kind of leadership role. And I would love to hear if there's some things going on, if not right now, but definitely the story to be told in Springfield when we look for ways that we can fund other capital improvement programs. I think CDOT does a lot of great things, but obviously the challenge with the condition of their assets and where their focus is, just want it to be a very unified message coming from both CTA and CDOT on making some of those investments.
No, thank you for pointing that out, and you're 100% correct. If I'm going to basically view the growth opportunities on buses being real, I have to deal with the challenges that one has to deal with the fact that unlike my rail system, I don't control the right of way for buses. And the way that you deal with that are things like dedicated bus lanes, BRT, signal prioritization, and other things. CTA does have a plan called Better Street for Buses, BSB, that we have put together that lays out a grid of corridors that we have talked through with CDOT, are where we need to make the investments to provide signal prioritization, dedicated bus lanes, and other things to improve service. And some of that obviously also works in coordination with PACE, because many of the corridors that we use, some of the main corridors that we use throughout the city of Chicago are also the same corridors that PACE uses. So there is an opportunity with the appropriate level of capital investments to make significant improvements in our bus system and in the speed of our buses through the congestion of the city, making us much more competitive and thereby hopefully improving ridership as well as the customer experience. We continue to work closely with CDOT to pursue those initiatives, and we look forward to working collaboratively with CDOT and others to get the funding necessary to fully implement that plan.
Well, no, that's great to hear. And again, I think just your voice and your leadership in this could really go a long way. So please continue to make that message.
Thank you.
Get out there. Thank you.
I will.
Thank you, Jen. Director Koterick.
President Carter, Tom, thanks first and foremost for your responsiveness. I want to just echo the comments of the other board members for getting the information back to the RTA. It's a different level of transparency and accountability, and it's very welcome. And I think, again, it's a response to some of the stuff we're hearing from Springfield. Got 3 lines of inquiry: public safety, then savings and efficiency and sort of revenue growth as part of a plan. And then last are sort of the consequences of the fiscal cliff. So first on public safety, I know you had a really dynamic board meeting just recently at CTA talking about how you're going to handle public safety. You alluded to a comprehensive plan. Can you talk about that comprehensive plan and how that could really be regionalized? You are the biggest part of the system, but there's plenty of places where it's not just you. Metra is there, PACE is there. You think about O'Hare, you think about Forest Park, you think about Union Station. When you're a rider, it's not all just about you're a CTA rider, you're a transit rider, you're moving. is there an opportunity here to really think about this at the regional scale as you think about public safety?
I don't know that there's been a lot of conversation about that as a public discussion. But I think it's an interesting concept that's worth exploring. The question of a regional approach to public safety and policing or security, I think is something that is worth understanding, both in terms of the coordination of services, as you pointed out, CTA. Well, I mentioned the Chicago Police Department. We also have a relation with a number of suburban police agencies who provide police officers on an overtime basis to support and engage on CTA. It's a somewhat complex web of activity. Whether there are opportunities to improve upon that experience, I think is something that's worth discussing. We've done a lot of research in terms of things like what it would cost to create an internal police force. Based on our preliminary review of that, and we'll certainly be sharing that in a much more public way, it is both prohibitively expensive in our view, and also it's going to take a very long time. If you look at what other transit agencies are doing around the country, particularly places like Austin and Texas and LA in California, they're looking at a 7 to 8 year horizon to set up an internal police force. I don't know about you, but I don't have 7 or 8 years to figure out solutions to these problems. And one reason why I've sort of, stayed on the bandwagon of we need to make sure that we're utilizing the resource that we have is because I think it's the most efficient way to improve on the security services that we're having challenges with. Having said that, the question of whether or not they should be better coordinated, whether there should be some sort of regional approach to it, I think are all points that are worth pursuing and discussing, and certainly would be open to that discussion down in Springfield as we try to figure out how to move forward with these kind of issues. And obviously looking forward to having a conversation about how that would get funded as an overall expense for the region as a whole.
Definitely, and I'd really strongly encourage you to do that and bring RTA to the table as well. The Safety Summit, I think, brought some of those ideas together. Metra has their own police force. That's a resource that's there right now. And you mentioned all of the other police forces that might be around across the region. So please, keep us informed on that. The second is the sort of savings, efficiency, and sort of revenue growth. So if you look at peer metropolitan regions, their transit agencies came to their boards, clear, accountable plans for savings and efficiency. And granted, understand on a lot of the metrics that you mentioned, we're pretty lean and mean. But I do not think that that's sufficient for the General Assembly to just say, you've done enough, here's the check, or we'd be done. So what sort of savings and efficiencies are we looking at? What's possible? What's a timeline to produce something? And again, I think that this is across all of the service boards, and doing this together is, I think, the right step for responding to the General Assembly, because the amount of investment we're asking for is enormous. And we're seeing this, whether it's Chicago Public Schools, at the City Council, the state's budget pressures, unless we are really showing in a very accountable way the efficiencies that we're trying. And I don't think anything's too small. This is not going to solve the problem, but it is going to help us make the request for revenue. And I think it's absolutely essential that we get around to doing this as soon as possible.
Well, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Director Kotorik. I think that it's important, though, to always put it in context, which is what we tried to do in our presentation. You're absolutely right. We are lean and mean. In fact, I believe in the CMAP report, there was even a comment on the fact that maybe as a region we've gotten too efficient in our cost controls for operations to the point where it's actually significantly impacting our ability to provide quality service. I've been around a long time, and I can't think of any conversation we've ever had down in Springfield that didn't start the same way you just indicated it. The question you have to ask yourself is, at what point in time are you squeezing blood from a turnip? That doesn't mean that we don't continue to find cost savings. That doesn't mean that we don't continue to find efficiencies. When you look at things like the Ventra fare system, when we implemented that, there was millions and millions of dollars of savings that CTA generated as we were able to transfer over to a cashless system and allow us to basically take millions of dollars of cash out of our system every single day. when you look at the investments that Tom mentioned in our capital program that are basically refurbishing and rebuilding and purchasing new facilities and assets to replace ones that are way beyond their useful life, there is sufficient cost savings and efficiencies on the operating side of our budget that get generated from that. All of those are things that we're always happy to put forth in the show as part of our efforts to maintain the efficiency of the service as a whole. But I think it is important to recognize that this isn't something that we just started doing today. This is something that we've been doing for decades. And I would argue that we've been doing it more than anyone else. And I would at least like for that to be understood in whatever conversation we have going forward.
Definitely noted. And I think on the other side of the ledger, there's also the opportunity to raise revenue. You know, you think about some of the things you've spoken about with major events. I mean, those are ridership generators, and getting into unique relationships with those major events can really, you know, help you on the fare box. And then also on the real estate side, you've spoken about your interest and the region's interest in developing transit-oriented development. But there's also just the portfolio that exists now. It's not huge, but it's not nothing. And having an actual market analysis to take a look at what's possible, I think is something that we can go back to the General Assembly and say, look, this might probably not going to get this done by May, but here are actionable things that we're doing to take a look at these, and here's where we think that they can end up.
No, we're happy to do that. I would point out, though, that the number of assets the CTA has for real estate development is actually quite small. A significant portion of it right now is tied up with the Red Purple Modernization Project, which when that project completes, as Tom indicated, we'll be looking to dispose of those assets in a way that will obviously address opportunities to develop and do other things. The thing that I think that we need to keep in mind is that the tools that CTA has to actually pursue real estate development and other opportunities is very limited. Where I think the real opportunities reside for future revenue streams is not in the property that I currently hold, it's in a property that I don't hold, that's adjacent to or connected to transit assets and facilities that hasn't been developed but could be developed either under an ETOD program or other approaches that could generate, in my opinion, a significant amount of revenue for the CTA. As you know, there are a lot of transit agencies around the world in which the real estate portfolio is a significant part of their overall budget. Transit systems like London have wholly owned subsidiaries of their systems that basically just manage their real estate portfolio. And they generate a significant amount of revenue annually in support of that's fed directly back into their transit budget. Not to mention the ridership growth that comes from the assets that are basically directly connected to their transit facilities. I think we have the same opportunity here in Chicago, and I talk about it in the context of CTA, but I wouldn't limit it to CTA. I believe Metro would have similar opportunities as well as PACE. And it is an avenue that can allow us to have some level of stability from the vagrancies that we may face around a public subsidy. It can certainly add to the ability to have some sort of financial stability to the region as a whole. I think it is something we should definitely pursue. I think it's something that can be a significant impact or can have a significant impact on CTA's financial future. And I think that we'll be missing an opportunity if we don't take advantage of this point in time to really expand the power and authority that we should have to be able to pursue those types of opportunities going forward.
And if I may just add to that, that conversation is happening in earnest already at the staff level across RTA and the 3 service boards to actually do that analysis and sort of lay out what could be a future kind of issues, needs, and opportunities across not just the specific assets that each service board might own and manage, but that very, and I would say more important, adjacent properties in terms of, even future legislative opportunities to give the 3 service boards and or the RTA more authority to actually play in that space, joint development opportunities, those kinds of things. So that actual work is going to begin in earnest. We're doing some of the foundation work. There's been some preliminary conversations with the 3 service boards, and there'll be a lot more coming from us over the coming months in the new year to kind of bring you up to speed as to how those conversations and what those ideas and opportunities might be. And then then the strategy to actually look to execute and implement.
And then Chairman, you spoke about your interaction with the real estate industry. I think bringing them to the table and getting their ideas through this process is really important, given that they may be thinking a little bit more, different about financing techniques and arrangements with the transit agencies. The last question is on the sort of fiscal cliff consequences. So I think we heard today that May is the drop dead date. We need to have that happen. There's a lot of federal requirements when you reduce service that start happening. But I think what's unclear to the public is the actual, the specific consequences. The closest I think we've said is 40% reduction in service. But, from a rider perspective, it's like, well, maybe I don't take the Skokie Swift. Does that mean that that's just going to close? Is that 40%? I think for this, exercise of us going to the General Assembly, it's a two-pronged sort of narrative that we have to tell. Is one, if we do not act specifically, this is what happens. And I just don't think we're at that level of clarity yet to really sort of bring the urgency home that May is really when this happens. And then the second half, which I think that we can do a better job of, is if the investment were more, what does that look like? We haven't really articulated that specific vision, and I think that's something the General Assembly has asked for. Not having either of those puts us in a really precarious situation to ask for additional funding in my perspective. So if you can comment on some of that.
Well, couple of points. One, I have done doomsday budgets where I laid out in very specific ways what the impact would be for a $100 million deficit. I think it's important that we're being clear here about the May date. I won't be doing service cuts in May. What will start happening in May is the public discussion around what those service cuts would look like as we head into the budget season, where I have to actually prepare a budget for the following year. Nothing's going to happen this year in terms of service cuts. I just want to be sure we're clear about that point. But certainly the planning for those service cuts doesn't happen, in a couple of weeks. It is a very complicated conversation. There are a lot of equity considerations you have to look at to determine that. And it will have significant policy ramifications to our service as a whole. In a very broad sense, the point in time in which we operate 24-hour service would be over on both bus and rail. The challenge that you face, of course, is you have the death spiral of the more service you cut, the more fares you increase, the more ridership you lose, which results in more service cuts, more fare increases. And so the impact of what we're talking about isn't just what will be felt next year or the year after next. The impact is what that's going to be feeling like for the next decade. And that you basically will be in a situation where the level of service that we're providing in this city will mirror something that much more is focused to what you may see in some small rural city elsewhere in this country. There are ways to put dramatic, facts around what we're talking about. I have faced in the past criticism for scaring people by suggesting things that seem just unrealistic. I am happy with the assistance of RTA to be much more dramatic in that conversation as we move forward. We're in a very, very, very different environment than we were in during the days of doomsday budgets. And I can tell you that I personally am not looking forward to the type of public hearings we're going to have for the type of service reductions we'd have to make to address this kind of a concern. There's a second part to your question, which I'm now forgetting because I talk too much.
That was excellent, and I agree with you. But I think if the pandemic has taught us anything, we've lived through a lot in the last few years. The truth is what we need, and I think at the sake of saving people from bad news, I think it's better for us to understand the full suite of what's at stake, and would encourage you to do so. The second half would be just making things better. Again, this is
right.
what we
That
want.
was the second part of your
future
question.
we want is really more transit and just articulating that in the same level of specificity that we would to tell folks what could go away.
So at a city club speech that I gave just a month or so ago, I laid that out very directly, what I view as the future of public transportation as relates to CTA. That is not necessarily a statement to Metro and Pace, although there is a lot in there that obviously would benefit Metro and Pace as well. I'm happy to make sure that we share that presentation with all of you here on the board. But I agree with you that one of the things you have to show is, well, what are we going to get if we actually, make the investments we're talking about? And that was the whole purpose of my City Club presentation, to lay that out. I can tell you that what it means for CTA is that we could truly reach world-class status. We have the infrastructure to achieve that goal. We just haven't made the investment to make it happen. But with the funding that we're talking about here, if we were to get it at the levels that we've talked about on the most optimistic approach, you would begin to start to see the type of investments in service, the type of investments in our infrastructure, the type of investments in our customer experience that will put us on par with any other major transit system in the world. And I don't have any doubt with the talented team that I have in place that we'd be able to accomplish that.
Thank you. And I know Chairman Villavam is looking for not just the cut side, but he wants to know what we're going to do if we do get additional money. And Dorval, it's funny, when I first came as the chairman, I was all excited, lowest cost per mile, et cetera. And Leanne said, that's not always what you want. You want better service. You don't always want to be, the lowest cost per mile. You want better service. So I learned immediately when I got here. It's a great metric. It's a great talking point for my friends in the legislature, but they want improved and more service. We've heard that loud and clear from the public.
Yeah, it's the law of unintended consequences. There are a lot of things, there are a lot of policies that we have put in place over the time, not the least of which is the fare box recovery ratio, that made a lot of sense and is fiscally sound as an approach, but it also has other impacts that may not have necessarily been the outcomes that we wanted. And I think the good news is that there at least is an understanding right now that we should rethink that in a way that makes sure that we still maintain the type of fiscal responsibility that we need to have as a public agency, but that we're doing it in a thoughtful way that has the appropriate equitable outcomes that we think benefit all the residents of this entire region.
Amen. Any other questions of President Carter or Tom?
Chairman?
Director Groven, I'm sorry. And is Nora?
She's been having connectivity issues, but I do have her comment and question.
Sure. Director Ryan, are you on, Nora?
No, she's not on right now.
Okay. You have her questions?
Yeah, but I do have her question, and she had a quick comment, which is kudos to the workers for handling the first snow of the season.
We're supposed to be just a dusting.
A lot more of that. And then her question is, how is CTA communicating your safety plans to the community and folks that are considering employment?
I'm sorry.
So for your, how are you communicating your safety plans to the community in large, and then also for those people who are considering employment at the CTA?
For the public at large, we obviously that's a big part of what we're going to be doing with this initiative that we've allocated $3 million to, as Tom indicated, go out and do a lot more community engagement on what they would like to see and how they ultimately would perceive safety and security on CTA. We also do surveys and have other tools that we use that give us feedback from our customers on what they're experiencing and what they like to see us do. And that obviously feeds into our overall strategies around how we approach these issues. With regards to our employees, we have a number of things in place, including a labor management committee that is required under federal regulations to meet regularly to talk about safety and security. And these aren't just union leadership. These are frontline employees who get to weigh in and meet directly with the management team to talk about strategies and approaches to making our employees safe. That's in addition to obviously town halls and rap sessions and other things that we do with our employees to both get feedback from them and also to let them know what we're doing. And finally, the Chicago Police Department does meet at our various garages and terminals to talk to our employees and to understand what they're looking for. And there have been a number of initiatives that the police have implemented, particularly for our bus operators, to try to support them better. As you can imagine, while a lot of attention is placed on my rail system for crime and incidents, our bus operators, one, are much more numerous, two, cover a much broader geographic area, and three, are therefore much more vulnerable to crime or other incidents that involve them. Tom indicated the bus shields is one of the ways that we are trying to address that. But we continue to look to find additional ways that we can support and provide support for them, given the fact that they are very isolated and really are out on their own in a system that operates 24 hours a day.
And I don't know if Director Arndt had a question on employment and job fairs, but, you know, all three service boards do an incredible job on job fairs. It's incredible how many opportunities the public has. I'm on social media, so I see it, and I actually forward it on. But you're out there, as is Melinda and Jim, trying to recruit every day.
Yeah, and I'm sure as all of you know, for companies you may work with or have, that's not an easy task in this environment. And these are jobs where you don't get to work from home. You have to come into work every day. You have to work hours that may not be the most favorable for you. And there's a lot of work we're doing with the unions right now to see how we improve quality of life for our frontline employees, looking at ways in which we schedule our work so that they have more manageable or at least more predictable schedules. We have pretty much eliminated part-time positions and are hiring mostly full-time at this point, which is another way to give more stability to our employees. And all of these have been the tools that we believe have led to our ability to recruit at record numbers. And also we believe is helping with the retention of those individuals once they come on board.
I want to point out to all three service boards, Director Rotundo is a union apprentice guru or expert. And John, you know, I know you're going to, and I know you already have started, but he can be a tremendous resource with respect to telling individuals that transit is a great career, and it is a career, good benefits, and it is a great career if you find the right niche.
No, you're absolutely right. As you indicated earlier, it's really the gateway to the middle class. And people who pursue these careers, they're in a position to buy a home. They're in a position to send their kids to college. They're in a position to have a very nice retirement and pension at the end of their career that will sustain them and their family for the rest of their lives. And so it is an option that we really want people to pursue because it is really a fantastic career.
And I think the mayor should get it as a former Chicago public school teacher. You know, we want to tell the Chicago public school students and city colleges and community colleges in general, hey, this is something you ought to look at because it's a great way to sustain your life.
No, you're right. And we do, obviously, we have partnerships with city colleges. We have relationships with CPS to also help sort of promote the opportunities of CTA. As well as obviously opportunities for other jobs at CTA. And, you know, we haven't really talked about the construction side of my house, but there's a series of programs that we have in place for workforce development to get people into apprenticeship programs, to get them journeyman positions and other things through the capital projects that we have in place that's been very successful. And as Tom indicated, in many situations, we've been able to target that to low income areas of the city to make sure that they can benefit from particularly these mega projects that go on for 4, 5, 6 years and for which you can really generate a lot of experience over that period of time. And so we're going to continue to pursue that on the capital side of our house, separate and apart from what I'm talking about on the operating side for those operating positions, because I think both of them create opportunities to create really generational wealth in low-income communities and provide obviously high-quality middle-class jobs for those who wish to pursue them.
Great. Thank you. I've got to keep it. Director Groven, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
First, thank you for the excellent presentation and the, I'd say, very thorough response to all these questions. You guys, you do have a very good grasp of, I'm sure Tom does as well. This was just a follow-up on the revenue conversation. In the presentation, you referenced kind of an 80% retention versus 2019 for ridership and 63% on revenue. Maybe part of this conversation about the largely unfunded mandate around free and reduced fare might have part of that, but can you describe the rest of that discrepancy?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. So there's a few things going on with each of those. So the first is we see higher retention on bus than on rail. We have a higher average fare on rail than we do on bus. As you know, our fares are different between the two systems. So we also see more sort of reduced fare riders on the bus system than on the rail system. So that as long as that retention is driving stronger on bus than on rail, it's going to have an impact on that fare box. The other is notably, right, to encourage ridership, and in particular, so that people would come back to the system and come back in a way that sort of encourage them to ride more frequently. We reduce the cost of our pass products. So we reduce the cost of our pass products across the board to generate that ridership and that ridership growth. And as you can tell, it's working, right? We are getting people back to the system because of any number of investments to grow that ridership. And as long as that ridership continues to grow and we're continuing to invest in service, right? We want to keep those where they're at to make sure that we're continuing to grow that ridership. But that's what's responsible for the discrepancy between those two figures.
Let me just add one other point to what Tom just said. Our ability to do that with our fare policies, to lower our monthly passes, to create the connectivities and improve connectivities between CTA, Metro, and PACE is a direct result of the emergency COVID relief funding that we had, which from my perspective further amplifies the point I was making earlier about if we have adequate funding in this region, there's a lot more that we can do. I have no reason to not want easier transferability between CTA, Metro, and PACE. It's to my benefit to have more ridership. What I need is to make sure that we can cover the cost for that. And so when we have the ability for, RTA to basically say, we're going to basically cover the regional, day pass costs, just go implement it. That's a much easier conversation to have than the one that we have when that doesn't exist. And it's like, okay, my costs are going to be this, Metro, your costs are going to be that. How are we going to make this work in a way that neither one of us loses our shirt? Those are the things that, in my opinion, have impacted our ability to do more, because I have a responsibility, just like Metro and PACE do, to make sure that we are making financial decisions that don't create financial challenges for us down the road. When we have the ability to have a conversation that doesn't create those challenges, it becomes a lot easier to implement those types of policies and programs. And hopefully when we get the funding levels that we need down in Springfield, we'll do a whole lot more of that. And that's not a technology issue. That's not a, do I like Jim, issue. That is a, let's just get the funding in place to allow us to do the things that we know make sense with a network, a transportation network that we have in this region, which I would argue is one of the best in the world. We just have to figure out how to utilize it better.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very, very, very much. It's not an accident that how we increase ridership. It takes a lot of innovation, a lot of planning, and it does take money too. So thank you, gentlemen, very, very much.
Thank you.
Metra, come on up.
So as we're making that transition, and thank you, CTA, for all of that. I know people run out, take a break. We're going to just keep kind of plowing through. But may I suggest, in case we end up losing some board members or any other conflicts, could we actually maybe just quickly go out of order and take
Sure.
the action
You can
item
go to-
now by the
Item
board?
Item 7A is the approval of travel reimbursements.
Yes.
Any questions on that? If not, Dr. Sager moves, we approve it, seconded by Director Gorman. With that, Joe, you want to take a quick roll call?
Sure. Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Colson? Dr. Gathing? She had to drop, I know she had to drop off. Dr. Gorman?
Aye.
Dr. Groven?
Aye.
Dr. Jenkins? Aye. Dr. Katarik? Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mondero?
Yes.
Dr. Peng? Director Rotondo,
Yes.
Director Ross,
Yes.
Director Ryan, dropped off, Director Sager, Director Yonan,
Yes.
and Chairman Dillard.
Yes.
We should have.
So with that, that's approved, right? We have the requisite votes. That's the actually only action item there is. So, Mr. Derwinski, Janice, and others, welcome. The CTA was thorough, which is great. So give us your presentation and just know we are valuing time. Thank you.
Understood. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Jim Derwinski, Metro CEO and Executive Director. For those board members that aren't in the room right now, they'll figure that out when they get back.
They can hear you in the hinterlands. It's like the legislature.
Absolutely. And with me today is our CFO, John Morris, and our Deputy Executive Director of External Affairs, Janice R. Thomas. It's my honor today to present on behalf of Metro's Board of Directors, our 4,300 employees and our passengers, our 2025 operating budget, our 2-year look ahead, and our 5-year capital program. So I'll start with saying that everything we do, there we go. Everything we do really revolves around the strategic plan. The strategic plan that we put out in 2023 that also aligns with RTA's Transit is the Answer plan. We make all of our operational decisions, our capital decisions based on the core goals of our strategic plan. They are the guideposts for the work that we do. So any of the elements and questions should come up to this, and I'll agree with President Carter on almost everything that he said with regard to the urgency that is at hand right now, and I'm sure you're all aware of that, so I don't need to repeat those comments. We do need fiscal support, and we need it sooner than later. So a little bit here to just see where we're at. Where are we at on ridership? I'm going to start with that, so that'll back into the actual operating budget. So ridership continues to be all over the place. What I mean by that is we're seeing a little depression on Mondays, a bigger depression on Fridays. Weekend ridership is strong, and I'll show you here in a second. But if we look at year over year, we are up 14% right now compared to this time last year. Our service level is at 95% of pre-pandemic levels, and we are seeing strong growth on the weekends. And so I'll try to get to that. October, that star at the end there indicated we just had our highest month since the beginning of the pandemic. These two charts here kind of show just in bold numbers. We were in the 190s and 180s last year as ridership days, and now we're well into the 200s. Lollapalooza tops the list on both 2023 and 2024. Just this week, we had another 206,000 ridership day that would have knocked that bottom one off there. So we continue to see a difference in a ridership pattern. But the one thing that CTA talked about, we've been really looking at, and I want to emphasize this. Prior to the pandemic, our statistical data suggests that we had 1.2 million unique riders. Today, statistical data suggests that we have 1.15 million unique riders. So the same amount of people are about riding. It's just they're not riding as frequent as they used to. It's back to the same old equation. They're using the system, and they're using it in various different ways, and we'll talk about that in a second, but the number of unique riders is almost the same. And again, this is statistical based on the fact that now 82% of all of our riders are using the Venture app. So we have good data set comparative to what we really had even in 2019. So I'm going to take a look at what does that service pattern look like right now. So weekday, if you look at the whole system in aggregate, it's at 63%, but you'll see these big spikes in there of UP North at 83%, UP West 71%, and this is, again, taking into consideration the depressions of Mondays and Fridays. But what's most interesting, I think, is the change of the ridership pattern. If you look at the middays at 94%, and you see some numbers in there very close to 100 or over 100. You look at the weekend ridership, well over 100 in a lot of cases. People are using the system, and they're using the system in various different ways that they didn't use it before. We also sometimes track what's called the reverse peak. The reverse peak for us is like around 125% right now. And a lot of this has to do with the way we're marketing and also the service levels that we've changed on certain lines. Now, the real challenge when you talk about Metra, every line is different. And so the ridership patterns are different. Some days, all of a sudden, one line might spike into the 90s, and in the same day, a line might be in the 30s. The next day, that 30% line could go to the 70s, and the 90% line can drop down into the 70s. So it's all in the variations of when people are using the system. Once again, just like CTA, primarily our ridership is driven by people going to the central business district for work. So as pointed out, we are in the process of finishing up our work on the performance reporting. We'll have our missing data to this body by the first week of December. A lot of it just really has to do with maybe paralysis by analysis. I love my budget guys and I love my planning people, but sometimes just having a very simple definition is not as simple of a conversation. So we've got a lot of data sets, including the data sets that have to come in from our PSA carriers, but we will be in compliance with the act before you have to vote on this next month. And we are actually certainly interested in trying to find where that safety and security definitions apply. We have a different set of circumstances, obviously, than CTA and with PACE when it comes to those parameters. So interested to finish that. So getting into the budget calls for no fare increase this year. Our operating budget will be at 1.073 billion, 42 million or 4.1% higher than last year. Most of it's due to inflation, but it's actually less than we projected last year, actually 10 million less than we projected last year because the inflation numbers have come down, some contract or market increases. But we also got hit again. I heard President Carter and Tom talk about the unfunded mandates from Springfield. Well, we get the bonus. We get the unfunded mandates from the federal government. So PTC was an unfunded mandate. Some of our trainings that we've had to do in the past were unfunded mandates. And here we go again. We are now going to be forced to, and it's a good thing, we are going to certify dispatchers and signal maintainers. That's going to require look at headcount. It's going to require additional trainers. Any training the FRA puts out also requires recertification. So you don't just do it once. You continue building programs that are going to continue to make sure that the employees that are charged to do the work are doing the work accordingly and correctly. And we're budgeting 39 million rides for 2025. This is less than we originally had projected last year. This year, like I said, we are 14% year over year. We were projecting 20 as we did our budget work in 2023. Seeing that we haven't plateaued and the ridership pattern hasn't stabilized, our board and our staff took a good look and decided to pull back on the numbers. So we are talking about a 7 to 8% increase in 2025 and then projecting out 5% more increases in 26 and 27. Obviously, again, subject to what is the ridership pattern going to do, what are employers doing, what are employees doing. High level, again, down into just a table format. Taking a look at the revenues coming in 25, we project at 304. That 65 million that you see other expenses nicked in there, that's a pass-through project that we're doing. So we expend the force account work to do this work on the NICTE project, and then they reimburse us. So it's not an expense borne upon the region, but we do kind of hold that until they reimburse us. We are going to end up at the end of the year with covering all of our gap with COVID relief money, and then being able to take COVID relief money right now projected into Q2 of 26, leaving a deficit in 26 of $254 million, and that will expand then in 27 to $272 million. You also note down there in red, I pointed it out in red on purpose because it's something we haven't put on our charts in many years. Matter of fact, 2019 was the last time we did that. It's called Met Capital. It's taking Farebox money and turning that into capital, which gives us leverage in projects, local match money for some capital discretionary funds, and it also gives us the ability to potentially look at debt financing and where that might fall in our future plans. So what are the largest other things we've been working on? we did the fare restructuring. It will be 1 year at the end of January. So I'm not ready yet to say that we've got conclusion on what's going on. We do continue to take a look at the ticket type shift. We're back at 45, 46% are on monthly sales, which is one of the drivers and one of the reasons we did our fare restructuring. The simplification of the system going from 10 to 4 zones was a core component. We are obviously participating and working with RTA and the county on the Access pilot program. That thing jump-started in February. 4,100 people really in about 2-month period signed up for that. And we're seeing use all over the system. So that expands the work that Fair Transit South Cook taught us. We are deploying ticket vending machines. 200 of 300 of phase 1 ticket vending machines are out there. We're starting to generate immense amount of data from those ticket vending machines. So as we make decisions in the future about future ticket vending machines, we'll be bringing that to our board, talking about the expense of ticket vending machines and also the benefit of ticket vending machines. We also rolled out a new bike policy in February this year, and we're up 63% year over year. And we are not even measuring one bit scooters on trains. And everybody I talk to when I'm out on the trains is, oh my gosh, yeah, there were 6 scooters on my car alone. So first mile, last mile solutions are really showing up, and it's because we were able to open up our tight lock on the policy, specifically during the 2 rush hour periods. And then right at the fall semester, we partnered with University of Chicago on the UPass. We had 4,000 students immediately take advantage of that. So that also kind of hits our average ticket price. Tickets that would have been sold at full price now are being sold at reduced price, but we are very excited about that. Those are the future riders of the system, and we are talking with other universities in the area about expanding that program. So onto the capital, the asset categories just in very high level, 46% are going to rolling stock, bridges, track and structure at 24%, and less than 10% to all the other categories. So I'm going to just talk about the big ones. I'll be prepared to talk about anything that you might have questions on toward the end. But on the rolling stock side, we are the proud owner of the oldest fleet in the country. We have not been able to fund and replace a lot of the equipment. However, we've been making strides. Top left there is the Alstom cars that are being built in Hornell, New York. 200 of those cars were funded through Rebuild Illinois. We've got another 50 we're going to be able to fund through an RVR grant that came from the federal government, so 250. That's going to take a big chunk out of the 400 cars that are 1980 to 1950. The locomotive you see there, it's an SD70 locomotive. It's one of the freight workhorses. It's actually a vintage 2000. So Metro's buying 24-year-old locomotives, repurposing it in passenger service, and currently those locomotives are our top performers out there. Another benefit them is they got almost 5,000-gallon fuel tank. So you start looking at all the service delivery challenges that you have, and these things now all of a sudden make it that we don't have to have fuel trucks in certain times. So a lot of these little things, as we talked about, as what the CTA talked about, the little things do matter over a period of time, and we should always try to take credit for the things that we've done, investing capital dollars to reduce operating expense. We've purchased the base order of 15 of those. We've executed option 1. They're starting to come in, and we just now signed off on option 2, and there'll be a third option, totaling 42 of those locomotives when the contract's all said and done. Out of 170, that's not bad, but it's not good. We're still today rebuilding, coming out of our shops, 1977 locomotives on their 4th overhaul. Under FTA standards means they get to run at least 10 more years. Otherwise, we're going to have to pay money back. That's not a good move for this region. And then the bottom corner is our battery-powered train sets. Kind of talked about it last year. Our board actually approved those train sets in February, being built by Stadler USA out in Salt Lake City. There's going to be eight train sets there. They are going to run exclusively on all battery power. They'll be the first in the country to run like this. We're going to be very excited to bring them out and try to use them in a different type of format than your standard push-pull service. So maybe during the off-peak period where I don't need to drag around a 6, 7, 8, 9 car fully loaded passenger train, now we can run around with these little train sets. Potentially also looking at piloting some O'Hare type service. It'd be a great way to get to and from O'Hare with a smaller group of people on a very efficient train set. Challenges on all of these, of course, are the fact that we have to operate on the National Railway Network. Metra does not own all of its lines. Metra only owns 4.5 of its lines. Everything else is negotiated through our freight partners. Also on the capital side, we continue to invest in our rehab programs. A lot of you have come out and seen our rehab programs. For any new members of the board, I absolutely invite you to come out, see it, touch it, feel it, smell it, meet the employees that are doing this incredible work, bringing these jobs back in Illinois and keeping Illinois dollars in Illinois. We're currently rehabbing what's called our Nippon Sharyo cars. There's 302 of those cars in that program. That program will end next summer, and then we're going to go right back to the AmRail cars. Those are vintage 1996. We are not currently investing in the 1950s to 1980s. As I talked about, our intention is to replace the vast majority of those, obviously keeping them safe as we go. Other rehab programs that we have are our Highliner programs. Currently, we're rebuilding what's called our HL1s on the electric district, and we're leasing those, making money off those cars to Northern Indiana Commuter Transportation District. The HL2s will fall right behind that, and they'll actually already be ready for their first rehab. We also rehab locomotives out in our shop, limited by EPA regulations to only 8 a year. We used to do a little bit more. EPA came in and said, no, you've got to do only 8 a year. So we do 8 a year. And we've got a very awesome workforce out there that not only can continue to keep this old equipment running, but they are actually in the world of making now the parts that you can no longer purchase, or we're building the parts at a significant reduction of what it would cost just to outsource the parts due to limited production out in the world, since not too many people run F40 locomotives anymore. Additionally, in our program, we've got a lot of work going on bridges. I'm not going to go through this entire list, but I'm going to talk a couple of very critical areas, and I'll talk about bridges again because I don't ever grab a mic anymore without talking about bridges. But you'll see down on the left side there, it says Create EW2. There's a portion of the Create program where we're going to actually have to lift our bridges up. So a lot of people don't know this, but only certain trains can go only under certain bridges, and that's up to the dispatcher. So if you see one of these trains out there with two, what looks like the boxes of semi-trucks, they're called containers, on top of each other, they can only go under certain routes, and that's limiting inside the network. So one of our projects is to lift one of our bridges as part of the Create program. And these are the kind of things you don't think about. You think about, well, Metro's got old cars, it's got old stations, it's got these bridges, but then you have to think about the other investments as we have to partner on the National Railway Network. So I've actually brought a little bit of a short video for everybody here because some of the board members may not fully comprehend and understand how involved Metra has to be with the other railroads. And this is actually from our partners at Create. Oh, before I get to that, excuse me. This is the Milwaukee Avenue Bridge. Before we went ahead and rehabbed it, and you can kind of see what it looks like. And this is what it looks like after we get done. So again, I always talk about bridges because there's just so many to work on. But now if I think we can go toward oh, not again. Hang on. We're going to talk more about bridges. So you saw this slide last year. So nothing's changed other than we finished the Milwaukee Avenue Bridge. We're starting the current design and NEPA process of 5 bridges this year and 5 more for rehab. And we're starting to what's called build the pipe. So we're going to do the preliminary work in year 1, finish the design in year 2, and then by year 3, we need construction money. That's what's missing. That's what's missing in this program. And Janice, myself, and John have been out looking at different ways to potentially look at funding. So here we go with my Create video.
In 2003, the Chicago Region Environmental and Transportation Efficiency Program, CREATE, was formed as the nation's largest public-private railroad partnership to address 70 infrastructure projects designed to improve velocity, capacity, reliability, network resiliency, and safety within the nation's rail hub. Chicago is our nation's largest and most complex rail terminal, annually handling approximately 29% of total U.S. freight rail carloads, 47% of total U.S. intermodal rail containers, 3 million Amtrak customers, and more than 25 million commuter riders. The CREATE program's partnership includes the city, county, state, and federal partners, shown here, as well as the 10 railroad companies highlighted below. CREATE Project EW2, part of the 75th Street Corridor Improvement Project, will eliminate the most congested rail choke point in the Chicago terminal, Belt Junction, where 30 Metra and 90 freight trains per day cross each other's paths. The Segment A project, EW2A, focuses on implementing the next key phase of construction in the 75th Street CIP by delivering a combination of safety, speed, and state of good repair enhancements to 3 miles of this corridor from Western Avenue to 74th and 76th Streets near Hamilton Park. Segment A will build upon the Forest Hill Flyover and 71st Street grade separation, P3 and GS19 projects that are currently under construction following a 2018 Infra Grant Award by US DOT. Segment A is also the foundation for delivering the future phases of the Belt Junction and 80th Street Junction replacement projects, EW2 future segments, and the Metro Rock Island Connection Project, P2, which will build a new flyover structure to connect Metro Southwest service to its Rock Island line, greatly reducing passenger and freight rail conflict points. Once fully implemented, the 75th Street CIP will serve to cut rail traffic delay and emissions and increase safety at the most complex and congested rail junction in the Chicago terminal. This will yield substantial benefit towards the Chicago region's freight economy, passenger rail service, infrastructure resilience, and the national distribution of commodities and goods.
So again, kind of focusing a little bit just on that one sector here, just to give you a little bit bird's eye view. And they just did announce the fact that this is now fully funded, EW2 Phase 1. 80 different viaducts and bridges are going to be taking care of this. Most of those are not from Metro. That Metro train that you see over there is operating currently on what is known as Norfolk Southern Track. Eventually it'll be Metro Track. And as this train moves forward, you can kind of see there's a freight train in the distance. We're heading toward the lake here during this 3-mile stretch of corridor. As this train goes through there, you're going from 4 tracks down to 2 tracks, back to 5 tracks. Only one train really can go through there. That freight train on the far end there actually wants to get on the north end or the far left side of this screen here. So again, my point is that the $60 million that we're starting to set aside is for things like this. It's finding the local match as part of the partnerships. When we go after these discretionary grants, you can see this is just a $495 million project that it took a lot. It took a whole army of people. This is going to take several years to build. The next phase of this is actually going to even be more expensive. And they eventually talked about how that particular train with the P2 flyover will actually land on the Rock Island. So these are transformational for the region, detangling operations that have to occur. Like I tell people all the time, we don't have a steering wheel. We can't turn right at the next detour. We have to follow these routes. On these routes, we're not going to be knocking buildings down and building new routes. So it is these partnerships that are going to go ahead and give us more flexibility in this most complex terminal in the country. We've got a lot of other projects going on here, and here's a bunch of the station projects. 147th Street was just completed. 103rd beginning of next, or 103rd on the Metro Electric beginning of next year. 79th, December. Homewood will be December. Looking forward to doing ribbon cuttings there. But we have a lot in the pipe, and that's the big key to when you go for grant funding is make sure that you've got all these projects in the pipe. So we don't have these big mega projects. What we have is a lot of deferred maintenance. Just like CTA, we're at $13 billion on state of good repair backlog. Here's the ribbon cutting out at Harvey the other day on Sibley. Thank you very much, Director Gorman, Director Lewis, Director Yonan, and Chairman Dillard for supporting us out there. It was pretty a remarkable day to be mid-October and 80 degrees that particular day. But again, this was the transformative station. I didn't bring the picture that I like showing, which is actually this station at night and how well lit up it is. It is not like the old stations. It is not like this little bitty couple crackling lights up on a platform where you're waiting for the horn and the headlight to come on. This is a beacon. This is a beacon in that community. And these are the type of investments we're trying to make in many of the communities. And of course, this thing now is ADA compliant, reducing our list of stations that need more ADA attention. So when I always talk to people, I always talk about what we are doing, but we also talk about what we can't do. So we've only been able to fund, and this is only over 5 years, our operating groups have really said, I've got $5 billion, $5.4 billion worth of work. We have 2.1 billion coming in. We're going to continue to go for discretionary grants wherever we can. And when that money comes in, hopefully some of that red line stuff is going to move up into the green. That means literally, 2 out of every $5 that we need to spend, we are spending in a correct manner. We have to make these decisions every single year. When you're only funding 40% of the work you have to do, you have to make these very, very difficult decisions on, is it that station or is it that bridge? Again, back to the bridges real quick. 926 bridges we operate over every day. We've clearly identified 210 bridges that have to be worked on. Those are Metro-owned bridges. We will have financial obligation on bridges that are not Metro-owned bridges. Currently, right now, we have a project, one of our largest projects going on called the UP North Line bridges. That's going to probably push $400 million when it's all said and done. Those are not the assets of the state of Illinois or Metro. Those are the assets of the private company called the Union Pacific Railway. And without those bridges, that commuter service on the UP North will not continue to exist in the manner it is. And as you saw, they're actually the ones at 83%. So this investment is going to be critical to make sure that they can continue to provide that service, and we can see what else we can do to grow the service up there. Finally, our DPE participation, this is the highest number we've ever had at Metro as far as a total dollar. And that's really to do with the fact that Rebuild Illinois and the bipartisan infrastructure law have given us more money to work with, so therefore we're having better results, and we've met our federal and non-federal commitments. So I'm very proud of that. I'm also very proud of the entire Metro team. Again, just as same as CTA, not to belabor and echo, but our HR teams are incredible. Beyond constantly hiring, and beyond constantly onboarding, we are actually bringing over Union Pacific employees to now be called Metro employees. Of the 850, 500 of them have come over, and that's not their side job. That's the work that they have to do and all the IT stuff and all the budget stuff that has to happen to have a seamless transfer. And the same as CTA, this is a different workforce that we have today. There's different needs, there's different training needs out there. There's different motivations that are out there. So constantly engaging our management team on a continual basis to give them the proper tools to now manage this workforce of the future. At this time, that concludes my presentation. Look forward to all of the great questions this body will have.
Thank you, Mr. Dewinski, very much. Director Lewis.
Jim, excellent presentation that you made. Two questions. One, universal fare card. Where does it? I know you signed the IGA. Where does that stand, and what are the next steps relative to the universal fare card being executed and implemented? I know Chairman on the CTA mentioned it, but I just wondered if you could illuminate that.
It's a 5-letter word called cubic. They have the keys. What they've committed to the CTA, and he's not kidding, when every single day our teams are working together with Cubic, with Ventra, with all the things we want to do. They've committed to actually shifting resources out of other cities in the United States and focusing and prioritizing this work. So I cannot, just as he cannot commit to what Cubic actually will do. I will say that I've not been overly surprised when Cubic doesn't hit their deadlines anymore. But they are our vendor at this point in time, and they are the keys to getting that universal fare out there.
Thank you. Second and final question is, this is a concept I've heard in other, I guess, scenarios, a sale leaseback as a way of funding, the need, given some of the disarray down in Springfield. Is that something that you've looked at or considered?
So to be clear, Metro did that back in the 90s. Is my understanding that now is not allowed with the type of funding we get and the type of assets we have, but we can look deeper into that. We did do that with the Amarillo cars. Slightly thereafter that, I believe all the rules changed, and based on the type of operation we are, that's not allowed anymore.
Dr. Colson.
Good morning. You talked about Metro ridership projections for the year not having been met, and you talked about the focus on the ebb and flow of commuters. in light of our push for a regional rail model, what has Metro done to attract the occasional rider? That is, the people who don't download your app. That's a big issue up in my area.
So as the chart suggested, really the occasional rider is actually the place we're growing the most. The midday, the reverse commute, and the weekend rider are pretty much the occasional riders. Now, the 1.15 million unique riders, that data set also includes stuff like people just ride once a month, or they might ride once every 6 months. Maybe they went to Lollapalooza on Thursday, on August 1st. But what we do is we're marketing. Ticket vending machines are out there. We are actually about to undertake an entire look at all of our signage to try to make our system a little more user-friendly. And we still, of course, still sell all our tickets on board if someone gets on board and they choose not to use the app.
Okay, and one weird question. The red line extension, have you done any surveys about how that's going to affect your ridership on the parallel Rock Island and the parallel Metro Electric?
We have not. I know our planning department was engaged with the CTA over the last decade in different conversations about the red line extension. So if there is any data sets there, I don't know that answer. I do know obviously it's going to fly right over the Metro Electric near Kensington, just south of Kensington. There can be some bleed. Certainly, we have a lot of places where we parallel service Cottage Grove on the electric all the way through Hyde Park. South Chicago branch, there's numerous places where we parallel service. Red Line RPM project, we parallel a lot of service up in that area. And I don't think we've ever really looked at it as taking anyone's rider or bleeding off to another side and saying, don't invest there. I think we've all kind of looked at it that these are the riders of the region. If they take CTA in and they take Metro home, it's good for the region. So I don't believe we've really delved deep into this concept of what that would mean to us. We did do that actually in Fair Transit South Cook, to be fair, when we lowered the price on Rock Island and it was adjacent to the Southwest service. And we certainly did see a little bit of bleed where people decided to drive a little bit farther to take advantage of the lower fare.
Okay, because I'm sure you've heard from legislators, I know I have, that Metro and CTA shouldn't be competing for customers, but that seems to be what they're doing. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah, I don't believe we are competing. I think, unfortunately, under the funding models, since we haven't been funded correctly for about 50 years, there does tend to be a little bit of once in a while, hey, if I lose that, how am I going to fill that hole? I mean, that was traditionally every year we'd kind of back in a little bit of a budget corner, and there would be some of that kind of conversation. But I think holistically, we all agree, and I think the COVID relief funding demonstrated it more than anything, that these are the region's riders. What mode they take in. If they could take Melinda's bus on the way in and they can take our train on the way out, they can take Dorval's train on the way in, Melinda's bus on the way out. There's many places where it's not duplicate service, but it's actually different service patterns. Sometimes the service pattern actually is a time thing. Like sometimes the Metro, I can guarantee you a Metro train from Millennium Station gets to Hyde Park way faster than the bus. They are duplicative services, but that bus is going to hit so many different spots that that train can't hit. So I think it's all based on the need of the rider.
Dr. Sagar.
Jim, thanks so much for an excellent presentation. We appreciate that. I do want to just commend Metro for the most impressive, seriously most impressive in-house maintenance and rehabilitation program. It's phenomenal, and I think that it is doing a remarkable job of refurbishing and putting older cars and engines back into service that you wouldn't otherwise expect, and also allow us the opportunity to purchase other engines that have been utilized by other transit systems and bring those into service for this system. So I'm very, very grateful for that. I also want to commend you all on the transition from the UP workforce to the Metro workforce. And I know that that's ongoing, but that's quite a task, and it does take a lot of focused effort. So congratulations on that. I want to talk a little bit about capital projects and bonding issuance. This is at the opposite side, I guess, of our conversation with CTA, but there is kind of an historic reticence, if you will, to bond for capital projects through the Metro program, and I trust that that is a lot to do with the staff's leadership, but also a lot to do with your board's consideration. Can you provide me some indication of why you think that strategy is the best strategy versus going ahead and extending some bonds for capital projects?
So I think what we've set forth, starting even last year, and then again, putting the $60 million in our 2026, 2027 projections, is really a willingness to go ahead and have conversations with the board about potential debt financing for long-term capital projects. I believe we've really started having, it's been a couple of years, but we've been having comprehensive conversations with the board. And so where you see that very evidently is in our proposed plan for bridges. The fact that we're designing bridges and doing the PE NEPA today, we'll do finished design next year, and literally the year after that, we need to have some funding to go ahead and build those bridges, is really probably the leading indicator that we are really getting serious about trying to find solutions to go ahead and take care of some of these long-term needs that we have. Bridges right now being probably the first, I'll just say, credit card we get. But these conversations we are going to bring to our board. We're going to bring them all the pros and the cons that we've been disclosing out there. What I love about bringing in John Wars here is his experience from a private sector and really his willingness to sit down and come up with comprehensive plans that, again, will come to our board. And I think you'll be hearing from us within the coming year or years as we go ahead and try to start fixing some of our own problems.
Thank you. You've provided great segue for the next question that I have for you. And certainly as townships or county units of government, we also are facing strong needs for bridge work and repairs. That's a huge infrastructure, and there's an incredible demand for that. Frankly, bridges from capital project perspective is the golden child right now. Everybody wants to talk them, and it'd be interesting to go back and look at the record and see how many times you've mentioned the word bridges in your presentation today. But my concern is that while this is a very important, high priority area, there are a lot of capital projects which are being routinely put to the back burner, if you will, and I'm very concerned about those. And being from McHenry County, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues might share this perspective, but you know, we're kind of the farthest outpost, if you will, and so the infrastructure needs that we may have with regards to, as you well know, the project for the rail yard out there, or even warming shelters, is projects that we've been looking forward to and working with for a long, long time, and we're continually put at the end of the line. Can you just comment? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I want to put you on the spot. Does that make sense?
I'll be on the spot and I'll talk about bridges again. No, at the end of the day, again, I think the biggest challenge here, in our planning department has this challenge every year to pull everybody together and talk about what are the needs. You know, so I like to say there's the back of the house needs or the foundational needs. Nobody ever really cares that we have to change out the ballast. Nobody ever cares that we have to actually fix retaining walls. And sometimes people really don't even care that that bridge is now red versus being brown. What they like seeing are the things that are forward facing to the passenger. And so, again, I'd love to fund and replace those 1977 locomotives. I'd love to fund and replace those 1953 cars. I'd love to get every one of our stations up to ADA standards. And those tend to be our highest priorities. Now, within the RTA, of course, you've set parameters for us that our capital program has to meet. I think it's 13 or 15 different parameters. And then we have to present that to staff here. And so again, I wish I could answer it in any other way to say there's just not enough money right now.
I appreciate that. Again, being a McHenry County representative and thinking about the outlying communities, you know, I look at this list, for example, for the major stations, nothing here is in McHenry County at all. So it's just a concern. I feel obligated to express that, but I'll let it go with that explanation, and I appreciate that very, very much. The last question I have is, what is your perspective on the current funding formula that we use and the prospects of that changing by Springfield or other needs? That distribution, what is your thought?
So to be clear, you're talking about the operating funding formula?
Yes.
It's been broke for 40 years. It got even worse in 2008, even after we thought we fixed it. It's completely broke. The COVID relief money has demonstrated what the transit agencies can do together when we're properly funded. We can do innovative and creative things. Frequency of service drives absolutely the ability to use this as a complete network. More likely than not, the frequency of service on the buses at unique hubs is going to be the #1 driver. That formula, whatever it becomes, needs to ensure that we actually, from a regional perspective, strategically go ahead and start building out these hubs. The train, again, has no steering wheel. It's going to get from here to there. It's the most expensive to operate. It's the most complex to operate. And sometimes we have other factors beyond our control, freight, grade crossing incidents, and things of that nature. So building out a network and using the BRTs and stuff like that, that feed very distinctive hubs like Metra, Pace, Cook County, City of Harvey are building down in Harvey, I think are going to be the keys to our future. And making sure that the operations for those buses to meet those trains is going to be critical. The trains, by honest, they need to be running about every half hour. And I reported to this board over the course of the summer, and I sent to Senator Villy Valum by his request what that would look like if we could get to almost a regional rail model. It's going to cost $15 to $20 billion of infrastructure. After that infrastructure is in place, or progressively as the infrastructure gets put in place, it's going to cost up to $500 million more just for Metro to operate that system. But at that point in time, you're going to start having a system that can actually be considered world-class.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate your thoughtful and thorough responses. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Jenkins?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say congratulations on the 147th Street. That's amazing that you guys pulled off that project. As I'm looking at the DBE participation in those numbers, can you speak more about what the initiatives are and how they're being funded, and also the allocation of capital improvement projects as it relates to DBE?
I'll start off, and then I'm going to hand it to Janice here, because that used to be her #1 bailiwick area. I think, again, on the DBE, one of our core goals is to try to get more DBE participation. So really, our outreach events are really our biggest thing we can do to get more people to start participating. But when it comes down to the specific goals, I think I'll have Janice kind of answer it on that.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon. I'll just give a little context on the DBE program. Metro is one of the 5 agencies within the Illinois Regency that participate in what's called the Illinois Unified Certification Program. That's Metro, PACE, CTA, IDOT, and the City of Chicago. Those 5 agencies have authorized, approved DBE programs as a result of being recipients of more than $250,000 from the FTA. Because of that, we are required to have a DBE program. DBE program different a little than an MBE program, meaning that it is inclusive of minorities and women who meet a certain personal net worth threshold and also gross receipts for their company. Surprisingly, the number of firms certified in Illinois through the UCP program is about 3,100. Of that 3,100, almost 300 of them are certified by Metro. But if you're certified by one of the agencies I named, your certification is recognized by the other ones. Metro's DBE numbers that Jim referenced, it breaks down into about a split of 39 million of that was funded through the federal program, and the remaining was funded through state of Illinois dollars. The RTA Act adopted DBE guidelines for Metro, PACE, and CTA, where we also follow the same guidelines under the federal program for the state program as well. The initiatives for Metro, all of our projects have to go when we are getting ready to put a procurement out. Every procurement cycles through the DBE department. The DBE director then looks at that and determines what is the level of goal on the project, unless it's something that is a sole source or is unique. particularly you'll find that in our mechanical department when we're looking and purchasing cars and fleet. We follow the federal TVM, Transit Vehicle Manufacturers Guideline, where the FTA, the USDOT, has already, through the supply chain, identified what the DBE participation will be on those projects. So that's one area. This Metro conducts outreach events. This year, we've had over almost 50 different outreach events where we go out, we network, we help the DBE firms, those who are certified, those who are interested in certification, understand how to do business. What we cannot do is direct a prime to use a firm. We can put them in a room and help them to network and understand how do you, the business owner, petition yourself so that you can be available for their opportunity. When the bid is on the street, it is too late for you to get ready. Opportunity has been missed. You need to be prepared and ready and have the relationship way in advance so that when they are sitting down and they are going through their process and estimating breaking out a job, they can say, Natasha Jenkins has a business and she can participate, and then they reach out and you have that relationship. So that's some of the things that we do to make sure that we're being inclusive of the DB. No procurement goes out that has not went through the DB department to ensure that it has been properly vetted and we have determined the level of participation. And then on top of that, when we report numbers, those are actual numbers that we have validated and assured that we had the level of DBE. And once a DBE is on a contract, a prime cannot drop them off without getting that release and approval through our DBE department. So I'm not saying that PACE and CTA does not have a similar program, but I do know, because that was at one point, as Jim said, one of my very passionate areas. We have a very strict, no-nonsense program, and you have to be both responsive and responsible when it comes to receiving an award from Metro when it has a DBE goal on it.
Thank you for the explanation.
Hi, Executive Director Derwinski. Pleasure to meet you. And I have a question and a comment, but before my question, I guess I'll say that while I'm a regular CTA rider, don't take Metro as often, I have like some of great memories on Metro, particularly like going to Ravinia and maybe having some drink on the train ride. So I really appreciate that. But I saw that the post-pandemic ridership on Metro, I think it's like 53% is like the number that I saw. So it seems that it's really impacted by the business community not coming in as often. And I'm just wondering to what extent Metro's leadership or RTA's leadership have had formal conversations with the business community, kind of like what Dorval mentioned. If the federal government with the new administration is saying, everyone come back to work, I'm just wondering if we've had those conversations. And I will say publicly that I think that we are in a position to take that leadership to say, hey, come back to work, everyone, and get back in the office more. And I'm just wondering if those conversations have been happening and if you could share on that, please.
Yes, thank you, Director, and pleasure to meet you. We've been doing this for about 4 years. Obviously, everything changed with the pandemic. We've actually hosted summits where we brought in business communities, hosted online meetings talking about this. Now, granted, there's like an evolution here. The first evolution was, is it safe to get back next to somebody? The next evolution of this is, are they coming back in the office? And now we're in this other evolution where we're trying to make sure we are out there constantly communicating, mayors, managers, civic community, met with Tom's group not too many months ago, just educating everybody on Metro. There's so many things that I always say it's complicated, you wouldn't know, but there's also other opportunities. I think the challenge that we all still face is there's still pretty much a reluctance for a lot of people to say, come back in the office. And one of the things that we've learned, and this is unfortunately a very sad truth, on a snow day, it used to be a Metro day. We would explode ridership. Trains would be crushed. Parking lots couldn't get plows through them. Now snow days are work from home days. And so there's a dynamic shift that occurs with regard to this flexibility that employees have been given. So absolutely, I'm very, very curious to see what government does. I'm a believer. I meet with all of the commuter agencies in the country. I used to chair the Commuter Rail Coalition. I'm with APTA. I can't say it more clearly enough how disappointed I am that federal government didn't lead the way to bring people back to work. It's one of our biggest colleagues is Virginia Rail Express. 70% of their riders, 70% of their funding came from federal workers going to the office, literally dried up to zero and barely is starting to come back. So I think in a lot of ways, if government leads, I think a lot of ways businesses are going to come back because it's going to change the hiring pool.
My comment, and thank you very much for that. My
Director
comment.
Mondera, can I just also
Oh,
add
sure.
a quick point to some of the stuff that's happening as well? There was the RTA's further expanded the transit benefit program. So not just sort of say, hey, employer, tell your people to come back to work, but actually trying to create, expand the transit benefit, which is the pre-tax benefit that someone can achieve by signing up for one of those programs. Expanded that program, and some of that was also directed by state law to expand the program and participation for firms over 100 employees. So we've actually done a lot to actually provide incentives for people to, you know, not just come back to the office, but use transit for their travel back to the office.
Thank you. My question, observation is when I sometimes go through Union Station, I don't see much cross signage for like CTA routes. And I think that the city, like with O'Hare Airport, has been doing a better job of like putting in signage to like have CTA. Like I think that our rival for public transit is Uber and Lyft, right? And so while I know that they're a last mile solution, I would much rather that they're using CTA or jumping on Metro Pace in whatever way. And so I would urge all the three service boards to like talk more with each other about like how you can have complementary signage for wayfaring on that.
Yeah, thank you, Director. I think we are engaging on our own with the specific communities we serve out there where it is like, how do you get to Metro? How easy is it to use Metro? So we're undertaking a complete overview of our signage and our ability to attract people. Union Station is not owned by Metro. It's owned by Amtrak. Amtrak is as fun to work with as a Class 1 sometimes. They're great partners, but sometimes the answer is no. The city actually does well putting signage outside of Union Station, but you're right, wayfinding inside Union Station is somewhat difficult. It tends to be anybody wearing yellow in there tends to be that answer person to say, yeah, go this way. That's how you get to Jackson. And, oh yeah, don't go over to Canal right now. It's all tore up. So I agree with you. I think we do a better job at the stations we own with signage, but nothing's more complex than Union Station and nothing has a bigger volume.
I'll just also, sorry, just to jump in again, the RTA does lead an interagency signage program, but to the point that Jim raised, and the signs that you see out and around the city of Chicago are actually the program that RTA funds and supports, but we need permission from everybody, either building owners and operators. And so that's a lot of time, the delay, the hassle, the challenge. You know, the best location for a sign might be X, but they're like, no, you can stick it over on that wall. Those kinds of very real scenarios that happen. And then you've got the ongoing maintenance. So it's an ongoing effort that I know RTA has been sort of engaged in that from very beginning of sort of design standards and unification of across the three service boards in many respects, but that it's an ongoing and sort of an evolutionary project.
Your question's great, because twice this week, and I promised somebody that they could ride with me on Monday. They wanted to know how to get off the BNSF to go through the tunnel to get to Dorval's bus transit center. And I said, ride with me on Monday and I'll show you. But the sign is probably the size of this, literally, and it's on a ceiling. You know, I told them, hey, take a left out, go up 3 stairs and you'll see the sign. But very well, great thought.
Can I also just add to, we're also looking at pilots in technology space on how to do better wayfinding, and wayfinding not just for everybody, but also people with disabilities. So sort of there's a lot of app-based technology that can be used for people to navigate in and around transit stations, and also connectivity between some of our different hubs as well.
And go ahead.
I was saying, adding insult to injury, you know, as we rolled out the new fare program, we moved our customer service agents from behind the window to out front with the passengers. That's when we decided we're going to rebuild Canal Street. We put that giant cheese maze down in Union Station that you can't find anything now. And Metro actually went down there on its own and without any permission, just started slapping up signs everywhere it could, just because the signs that are on the ground are going to wear out in a short order. So, I mean, it's been very challenging down at Union Station, and we've been trying to.
I also would like to add, there is a survey that should have went out yesterday, and that survey will allow the public to give input on Metro station signage and our names of our lines. We want feedback, so this is a great opportunity for you. If you didn't receive the link, I'll make sure that someone from RTA receives that. We want everyone to participate, and particularly we're focused on looking globally, system-wide at all of our signage, station naming, and our connectivity so that it's easy to understand how to use the system. So please participate in the survey.
Great. Director Carey.
I have one question, but beforehand, I want to camp on to what Dr. Sagar said about bonding, and I was very glad to hear your reply that you will look at that more seriously with your board and perhaps have enough money to get some of the projects that are important to McHenry County out there, as well as Lake County. My question is about PMO. You've been using a PMO consultant, and I noticed that you're looking at adding staff. So are you, I'm curious, are you going to continue to use a consultant as well as add staff? And where do you see the cost benefit and the best way that will?
So the PMO came on and we actually established a new department called Capital Delivery. And Janice, actually, when we created her position, taking all external affairs, so in other words, every community we touch, the communications that goes out there, Capital Delivery now falls under Janice's area. And Capital Delivery includes Metro Forces and obviously the PMO, the support we get from our consultants. When the capital program came out, it was the biggest flood that Metro ever got with money. And obviously it came also with an expectation of delivery. So we had to basically build the bench pretty dang quickly. The intent now is over the course of the time to reduce the dependency on the project delivery consultants and build a better, robust team. A lot of this balances, again, to where's the next tranche of money coming from. And that's one of the biggest things that at least when we got the PAYGO money, tied to the formula money. Now we have a little bit more dependent dollars coming in, but it has ebbed and flowed. And that's been one of the real challenges of building a robust department inside the agency when all of a sudden that money dries up. And the last big tranche of money we got before Rebuild Illinois, most of that money went to an existing project of buying the HL2s and then putting this positive train control system in, which was done almost completely through consultants on one side and then workforce deployment on the other side. So then to answer your question, we actually want to reduce the dependency on the consultant over time and build up a more robust internal capital delivery team.
Okay, that's good to hear. I know when the state money came in, the big amount, as you're talking about, you weren't, I don't think Metro, no insult, but I don't think you were prepared for that, as who could be. And so things moved a little slowly, and then you got the PMO consultant, and that's great. But the fact that you're going to build your own department so that, at least can handle, depending on the ebb and flow, you may need to go outside again and get help, but at least you wouldn't be caught not being able to take advantage of the funds available. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Director Yonan.
Thank you, Chairman. Executive Director, Chief of Staff, great to see you again. Great presentation. And again, I'll start off with also, advocating for McHenry County, Doctor, and the opportunities of any kind of warming shelter I know goes a long way. And with that said, obviously, there's a number of bridges that are, when that program and that plan comes out throughout, obviously, Cook County and the other service areas. So perhaps getting to that list and putting that information out, I think is a great story. I love that you keep coming back to it. It's going to be bridge opportunities because, as I've said to you many times, both of you, that a bridge project's going to bring things like, green, initiatives of opening up the vertical clearance so that delivery trucks, no longer have to go 2-3 miles out of their way to, get to where they need because you increase the vertical clearance by just even a couple inches. Newer sidewalks, spalling concrete's not making it difficult for folks, the darkness walking underneath some of these viaducts. So the bridges is more than just a, kind of a structural improvement that Metro is making. It really is a life and a community and an economic development, story to be told. So I do, think you got to continue to tell that story. But as I said, come up with a list of those bridges that are in the various counties that you look to target. And I think, putting that plan out will make a difference. The other thing I want to bring up is, you've said in a few of these meetings, this little train set opportunity. You heard us talk about like, what does bigger and better look like? What is the future? And if again, this electric train set system, I'd love to hear is this something that could, and again, I really believe in your leadership to be able to leverage these class ones. There's no one like you all to be able to say, listen, could I put this train set, and that's a question, on the class ones that are running around McCormick Place that could run to the Midway Airport, O'Hare, the outside circle, of hitting the various, different train lines that you run. Is this an agile system that would be able to just pilot or demonstrate something like that? I'd love to hear just kind of what you envision this train set being able to do.
Yeah, I think those are great questions, and truthfully, I was at DePaul 2 days ago, answered the exact same question. So very interesting point, taking a look at these. And as we call this a pilot, the real idea is not just to test how the batteries work and the hot and the cold and how far they can go, but it's also to see from an operating standpoint, how does this change the operating cost of operating the vehicle? I completely believe down the road, as we integrate with the National Railway Network, which is going to take basically a proving ground. So today, those type of train sets with diesels in the middle are not allowed to integrate where freight is active in certain cities around country. It's going to take us collectively, the commuter industry and the manufacturer, to basically prove that these vehicles are as safe as the Metro train you see on the picture right there, working in and around the freight components of this National Railway Network. And I also talk just real briefly, John, about the fact, Director Yonan, about the fact that I'm not convinced that batteries are the only solution. I really believe that commuters always lend itself to have a hybrid solution. That hybrid solution may be a hydrogen battery combination. It could be a natural gas battery combination. It could be, another version of diesel battery combination. And it could also be something we haven't even thought of yet. And I think at the end of the day, our starting and stopping lends itself to this hybrid solution that will extend the distance. And every time we can extend the distance, we extend the operating envelope of that. I mean, that's one of the biggest challenges with the bus. It can only go so far and either have to bring it into a garage. We hopefully just have to get to an end, pop up a pantograph, kind of charge the system under a high voltage, and then make that vehicle maybe not just go back to where it came from, but to your point, maybe it goes to O'Hare, then it goes to Naperville. From Naperville, it goes to Waukegan. From Waukegan, it might slide around on a different route and end up over in Barrington. And then from Barrington, maybe it makes its way back into the city and then down to University Park. So this is a future that I think we're going to be writing. And I think the first, obviously, key is get the vehicles here, see how they work, make this the proving ground for the country, and continue to not just be myopic and say this is the only solution out here. I think there's great opportunity within the industry, not that they're manufacturing them today, to try to find alternate solutions to the zero emissions type of vehicle.
Great, thank you. Anything else from Metro? Yeah, Director Quatterick.
Executive Director Dwinski, Janice, first and foremost, thanks for really being available to CEOs and talking to them and bringing them out and seeing some of Metro's work. That's really appreciated and I think brings to home kind of what's possible. So just 3 topics. One's a comment, 2 questions. I'll start with the railroad bridges, which again, you've talked a lot about, but I think it's precedent setting, really. I mean, if Metro is going to bond, which all of us have said, has been pretty big anomaly in not doing that, and this is going to be the type of asset that you're going to do it on, I think probably a better understanding from you about what that relationship is with the Class 1 railroads. You had mentioned you sort of own the bridges, some lines you own, some you don't. and it sounds like there's a mix of these types of bridges. What is the railroad responsibility in that? Is this something that's Metra's cost? How are those negotiated? Are you doing it for them? What does that look like?
So if you recall back to the chart that we had, there's really 210 bridges Metra owns and is concerned about and wants to act on within the next 20 years. There's another chunk of those bridges that are either in a state of good repair, or I'll call them yellow, that we're monitoring. The other balance of the bridges, the 480 bridges that Metra operates over daily, are owned by the freight railroad. We do not have visibility into those bridges. That's just class ones do not give up a lot of information very easily. However, we're all federally required to inspect the bridges, ensure they're safe. There's certain things that happen if a bridge starts deteriorating to a point where it can't handle the capacity. Capacity is defined as the load and the speed, and all those kind of things over the bridge. Slow orders are one of the first indicators that we're having issues that need to be addressed. With that said, we meet with our Class 1 partners on a regular basis and talk about 5-year capital programs. And every once in a while, they'll say, well, this kind of bridge is really starting to, get to a point where we have concerns of it. There's shared expenses in there. It depends on the contract. It might be tons over the bridge. It might be trains over the bridge. It might be various different things depending on the railroad. And a lot of times what they love doing is working with us, because then we'll go after federal grants. And so their dollars leveraged with some of our local dollars can maybe bring in some federal grants. And that's been typically the way we've been addressing bridges. Unfortunately, the system, if I take the entire system as a whole and just say a bridge is a bridge is a bridge, Metra's only addressed 3 bridges over the last 9 decades. 3 bridges a year. So only 270 bridges have been addressed over the last 90 years. And so on a 75-year life expectancy of a bridge, you can kind of see why I keep talking about a lot of bridges. And so with that, I think the big thing is that we have to have that constant cadence of meetings that we have with the Class 1s, the relationship we have with the Class 1s. And when there does come a solution to take care of one of those bridges that need repair, such as the UP North Line bridges, we're working with them. Now, the UP North Line bridges, there is 0 freight that runs over those, so you can already estimate how much the Union Pacific is contributing to those bridges. To me, that's a sticking point. And to me, that's also where Illinois failed in 1973 when we formed the RTA, and we should have started buying up these assets that we wanted to run the commuter rail on. So because we don't own these assets, it's not going to be a taxpayer asset when it's all said and done. There might be shared equity in it. There might be some depreciation that's still considered if in fact it ever did sell. But the fact is that is an asset of that freight railroad.
It's a really unique relationship that I don't think a lot of people understand is, you'll be paying for an asset that then you will not own. And so that begs the question. A lot of that is agreements that you have with the railroad. Some of them are fairly old. Have you taken a look at what sort of value you're getting in the relationship and those agreements relative to your peers? I don't know what the right metric is, but we heard a lot of metrics of cost per rider, et cetera. You obviously have to pay, rent and facilities, and now we're getting into capital investment for privately owned infrastructure. Are we getting a good deal? Do you know? And have those really kind of been interrogated and looked at? And it's something I think for us, as we think about the bonding that you're going to go into, those are types of questions and answers that I think are really important. It's a really important moment to ask them.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge in this is, say there's 30 commuter agencies in the country, there's 1 private. The relationship with the Class 1 or even the short line railroad uniquely to every single one of these operations is a little bit different. New starts have a totally different built-in right into from the beginning. What is the capital contribution going to be as we want to either expand service or if this wears out or that wears out? It's kind of built in there. And I kind of lean on more of Northern California when you start talking about those kind of models. Minneapolis has that kind of model. Memphis has that kind of model. But more legacy systems like LA and San Diego and certainly New York, Philadelphia, Boston, those type of service relationships are way different. You throw in the NEC in there, throw a whole nother level of complexity. So to answer your question, there absolutely is no visibility to everybody's contract and how it works. What we do have is constant conversation. So we'll have constant conversation with the NEC and the members in the NEC Commission, or our chief operating officers or Janice's group will go out and meet at APTA events and talk about different infrastructure projects and how we're partnering or not partnering, or what is the funding splits when it comes to these freight railroads. But ultimately, it's going to come down to these individual agreements. And a lot of the agreements do not have capital totally tied into the agreement. It's almost like as this occurs, this is how we're going to address it, and it's really up to the owner.
Thanks, Jim. And then, again, those agreements, the negotiation moment, may be upon you as you're thinking about, heavily bonding for the bridges, and something that I encourage you to come back to us and keep talking. The second is just a comment on the savings and efficiency. It's the same message that CTA for you all, really being transparent and accountable about what those are. And again, this isn't going to solve the problem, but it is absolutely going to help us as we go down to Springfield and ask for greater investment. And I'd encourage you to think about fare evasion as a potential place where the revenue growth can happen. We've seen that in peer metropolitan regions, MTA, Long Island Railroad, WMATA, all of them have done them in a very, I think, sensitive way to think about, where can you get places where the fare isn't being paid from the riders? That's just a good way to raise revenue from things that are already happening. The third piece is both you and Dorval had brought up the formula. Everybody, the formula is broken. The formula is broken. I think everybody, doesn't really agree with the formula. I think the real question then is, the patient is open in the General Assembly. Are you at a point with yourself and, Melinda and Dorval where you have the perfect formula that we know, this is what it is? Are we thinking about the General Assembly, doing this and law? Or is this a place where the RTA is the right, body to think about how that's distributed? I've been through a lot of formula fights on my time working as staff on Capitol Hill. They're not easy. But, we're pretty vocal about the formula being broken. It begs the question, do we have an alternative?
I think to answer your question, it's all of the above. I think all of these stakeholders have to be at that table. The legislator is going to have to take the vote. The RTA is going to have to kind of approve what our recommendations are, and the service boards can certainly sit back. I cannot disagree with President Carter's comment that he's made time and time and time again. Just what if? What if the RTA actually had discretionary funds for the last 30 years? It would be a completely different conversation that we're having today, but that didn't happen because the fact that the formulas never really met not only the current needs. That's the biggest struggle here. We had a big fight in 08. That's the last, challenge that we had, and it was right during the height of the economic crisis. May have not been the best time to actually put in stone or on ink and sign down on a formula because it really didn't take into consideration future. Our former chair a couple ago, Norm Carlson, does magazines. Everybody knows he's a rail buff history fan. You open up a lot of his books and you'll see the former Metra trains, the Milwaukee Road, the Rock Island, and they're operating with one car. They're operating with 3 cars. So what forthright thinking did we have in 1973 to what could this system grow into? So to answer your question, I think that it's got to be everybody at the table, because I don't think we should fix today. I think we really should think about what system do we want 20 and 50 years from now, and what funding does that take into consideration? Knowing the fact that what we don't know is what's going to happen to the economies, what's going to happen to the the people that live in the region, what's going to happen to businesses. I mean, how many people years ago predicted, right, Sears and Roebuck was going to go under and get replaced by companies that sold books online? And now look at, it's just a job shift, but that job shift is completely different. People that went to Sears and Roebuck may have taken Metra, Sears Tower, right? Now they may be driving Amazon trucks. And it's just a complete shift. And I think we have to be open to the fact that it's going to shift in the future, and that we have to have mechanisms in whatever formula we determine that adjust that. So maybe it's every 5 or 10 years we go back in and we look at it, because I think once we're stuck with it, we're going to be stuck again with this conversation at some future time.
Thanks, Director. Director Gorman.
Thank you. Just, I'm trying to be cognizant of the time, but just a quick question. When we were at the Cook County hearing, there was an issue raised about the purchase and usage of the central warehouse, and Can you just go over the timeline and its plan and, what that looks like? I know you answered that in your question, but if you can just share it with the directors briefly.
Yep, we just finished down at the city of Harvey, getting the zoning rezoned. It was actually for some bizarre reason, was a dually zoned facility. And now we are in the process of taking it to a 30% design. At that point in time, we're going to do the good look at what do these economic values look like, bring that to our board for consideration about what we want to do with this property. I will tell you today, as I was in the field yesterday, we absolutely need this thing up and running at some point in time. We just have too much stuff everywhere. The amount of different vehicles that we have today is what the biggest driver of all this is. It's one thing to say, hey, I need these parts over here. It's another thing to say, I need those parts times 5 different type of vehicles or 10 different type of vehicles. And that's really what's driving this. And in so many cases, we've got Connex boxes stacked on top of Connex boxes just to keep them out of the weather. This is not the way to operate an efficient system. And I believe once that facility, if approved to move forward and get completed, is going to start doing the unintended consequences, just like P1 did when we flew over. The railroads that operated under us that didn't have to cross us anymore started seeing advantages states away. I believe once we open up that giant footprint and we start pulling stuff out of our storehouses and out of our yards, we're going to start opening up much grander opportunities to do things that maybe either now we're outsourcing. One of the things that Metro is really looking at doing in the future is actually insourcing other commuter rails work, insourcing other commuter rails training. We have a magnificent staff that does incredible work, and we are very, very few in the industry. We're rebuilding cars right now at about 48%, 49% of what it would cost to outsource the car. So if you're another commuter agency, you're looking at us. And I think this is a critical component of us ever being able to efficiently start insourcing some of that work.
Great, thank you. And just a suggestion, once these, with going through this, and I just wonder if we can do a letter to Commissioner Moore, who's the chairman of the Transportation Committee, and maybe explain that so we can, so they can distribute that to the committee of the whole, just to let them know that, this issues, has been addressed, and just so it makes sense to them.
Sounds like a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Metra? If not, thank you.
One last thing, Chairman. I know you're generally excited to know the holiday trains make their debut tonight.
Yeah.
At an undisclosed station near you, you may be surprised, but we are going to put them out again like we did last year. Well over 1,000 revenue runs this year, not to mention the dedicated runs which sold out in minutes. Sorry that we didn't have enough volume there, but yeah, I've walked a few of those trains and passengers are going to be smiling just as you are.
Very, very neat. Thank you very much. The very patient Melinda Metzger and Pace.
And while they're transitioning, I'll just take a few seconds as well. I want to speak from the RTA staff perspective that the every year over year through the budget process, you guys ask us to sort of do more, get more, request more from the service boards. And I do just want to acknowledge that and the chairman touched on it at the beginning, but the level of commitment that their staffs have provided to us in their responsiveness, the level of detail, and the support that they've given us, all three of them being responsive to those requests. Like year over year, we've made some pretty significant changes to what we asked them to give us in terms of the budget proposal. So I just wanted to sort of re-acknowledge that. And now they're here.
Thank you. And it's a real balancing act being a board member to not try to micromanage you all, but to get the information we need to make broader policy decisions. With that, Melinda, I'm going to apologize because I'm going to turn this over. I have to go to another meeting. Director Colson will, we've done all our action items, so Director Colson can do the recognition of who wants to speak, and he can adjourn us. I think December 19th is our next meeting. And thank you. And Melinda, you and I talk all the time, and we text back and forth. So you have my ear on anything you need anytime, day or night.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you all. And to the board, thank you for your patience and great ability to sit through all of this without actually a formal break. So thank you.
Okay, why don't you proceed and introduce the good folks that are up here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. members of the board, and my name is Melinda Metzger. I'm Executive Director for PACE. With me, I have Lori Newsom, who is my Chief Financial Officer, and Melanie Castle, who is my Budget Manager. I'd like to thank the board for having us here, and also welcome to the new board members. I haven't had a lot of chance to speak with you, but looking forward to good dialogue. Before we get started, I just want to give you a little bit of a background on PACE, very short. I know this has been a long meeting. PACE is a little gem that this board has. We go through 94% of the geographic area for the 6-county region, 71% of the jobs are in the suburbs, and 68% of the population is in the suburbs. And we go through 274 communities, a 3,000 square mile area. So we have a very complex system to run. We're on a very limited budget. I know the CTA threw up some numbers back there. And we work very well together. But I do want to mention that the numbers that they did put up also include the fact that PACE does the ADA service for the city of Chicago as well as the suburban area. So that gets rolled into our budget. And it's an expensive service to run. We will talk about it in a few minutes. We've done some things to mitigate that cost. So I'm very pleased to present a balanced budget which builds upon our momentum we experienced in 2024 and includes critical investments and service initiatives that address the region's evolving mobility needs. Next slide. Okay. Before we discuss the budget for the year ahead, I think it's important to touch on some of the highlights of this year as it relates to innovations. PACE has been creative in our approach to not only address the unique transit needs of the suburbs, given the diverse geographic area that we serve, but also to ensure that we are meeting the mobility needs which have changed dramatically since COVID-19. We have focused on service pilots, allowing us to quickly implement service while allowing ourselves the time to evaluate the service performance before making permanent investment decisions. We have brought back service for our Bus on Shoulder program and continue to expand our Pulse Bus Rapid Transit program. We've continued to focus on our first mile, last mile, and demand response services, including our on-demand service, our Van Go service, and our Dial-A-Ride services. And we are further integrating the use of transit network companies such as Uber and UServe to provide ADA paratransit riders with additional flexible transit options. This has led the foundation for the 2025 budget as we continue to reimagine the system that we have now and to bring it into the future for this region. Next slide, please. From ADA to weekend service, people are coming back to the system thanks to our continued service improvements. Since the ridership lows of the pandemic, system ridership has increased double digits each of the last 2 years, and our system total is now at 70% of the pre-COVID levels. Next slide. Last year, I shared with you some ambitious plans. Today, I'm pleased to report we've achieved what we set out to accomplish and more. I will start with our zero emission initiative. We placed our first battery electric bus in service on 95th Street, connecting the CTA 95th Street station all the way out to Moraine Valley College in Palos Hills. And we have a second bus scheduled to be delivered before the end of the year. We also added our first battery electric paratransit vehicle to our fleet. Adding these pilot vehicles to our fleet has proven invaluable to us. It has given us a great opportunity to test the new technology and to learn the operational and maintenance characteristics of the vehicles. PACE was also able to implement charging stations at several of our passenger facilities, providing an additional amenity for our riders to park their cars and hop on the bus. We also received a $30.9 million low-no grant for the purchase of EV hybrid buses, which will allow us to replace vehicles that are beyond their useful life with vehicles that are better for the environment. This phased transition allows us to continue our progress on our Project Zero initiative while navigating the challenges that we're facing with bus manufacturers and obtaining the funding to upgrade our facilities to support the operation of a zero-emission fleet. These challenges are not unique to PACE. Our peers across the country are taking a similar approach as they transition their fleets. We knew from the start that we were going to have to be flexible and continue to watch how this technology evolves. And this purchase allows us to do this while maintaining our goal of 2040. In 2025, there will be many exciting additions to our accomplishments related to Project Zero, including the anticipated delivery of 22 electric buses, placing our electric paratransit vehicle in service, and also piloting a hydrogen paratransit vehicle. And I'm very pleased to report that we'll break ground on phase 1 of preparing North Division in Waukegan to operate a fully electric fleet. And most importantly, our agency will continue the pursuit of funding needed to implement zero-emission fleet. We know this is going to be a significant investment, and we have to keep working at that. Next slide. Next, I'd like to highlight how our agency is putting funding to good use to strengthen our infrastructure and what we plan to focus on in the years ahead. In 2024, we completed our Central Safety and Training and Customer Relations Facility at our South Campus in Markham. We have placed a focus on further enhancing our mobility as a service trip planning app called Transit. It now includes CTA, Metra, PACE, our on-demand service, our VanGo service, and our ADA paratransit service. We've made progress on the implementation of the transit signal priority, in part thanks to funding we received from RTA and through community project funding grants. And in the year ahead, we will complete the second facility on our South Campus, our acceptance facility, which will be our first facility equipped to accommodate battery electric vehicles indoors. We will complete our ADA transfer facility in Schaumburg, and we're looking forward to beginning construction on the Calumet City ADA transfer facility and the Harvey Transportation Center with our partners Metra and the City of Harvey. And we're also partnered with Metra on a project in Homewood, which is just going to open December 13th, I believe. So in addition to service innovations, we've been focused on enhancing both physical and technology-based infrastructure to improve the experience for our transit riders and also to improve our productivity. Next slide. Thank you. This year, our agency made great strides to further enhance regional connectivity. We increased flexible mobility options to address first-mile, last-mile connections with the expansion of our on-demand, our reservation-based demand response service, and VanGo, which builds on our van pool program to allow single-day van reservations for commuters traveling between Metra and CTA transit centers to employments in the suburbs. And we made tremendous progress on our network revitalization study called Revision, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. On the paratransit side of the house, we implemented free fares on PACE fixed routes for ADA certified paratransit riders. And we provided an additional service option for ADA customers with the launch of our rideshare access program called RAP, which utilizes transit network companies, Uber and YouServe, to provide trips for ADA passengers, ADA certified passengers. In 2025, we're looking forward to finalizing our revision plan. And while that plan is still ongoing, we will continue to bring back service with a focus on addressing weekend and late night transit needs. We found that has been our growing segment, and we are continuing to enhance that. We'll continue to expand our on-demand services, and we'll maintain our strong commitment to implementing faster, more frequent bus service by focusing on the development of additional pulse lines in the south suburbs, including Halsted Street, Cermak, and 95th Street. And we will continue to work on fare integration with CTA and Metra by implementing shared passes like we did with the Regional Connect Pass and the Regional One-Day Pass, thanks again to funding by the RTA. And all these passes make it easier and more convenient for our riders to use our system. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we have made significant progress on our revision initiative this year. This is a pivotal time for public transportation since coming out of the pandemic, and PACE has and will continue to be resilient and nimble. The goal of this project is to show what a transformational investment in suburban service could achieve and develop a plan to adjust service that better meets the post-pandemic travel needs based upon available funding. Draft concepts have been developed which address both frequency and coverage based on current and future market demand. Over the past few weeks, we've had several meetings, many meetings, including municipal briefings along with partner workshops to debut these draft concepts. We're currently hosting open houses, and most importantly, we're conducting a public survey so that we can reach out to riders and non-riders and all the communities we serve to get their input in what they want to see of the PACE transit system in the future. In addition to our outreach efforts to our communities and our riders and our non-riders, we've met with the counties, we've met with the RTA, Metro, CTA. This is not something that we're doing in a vacuum. We're getting all the input that we can from our sister transit boards and from all the communities that we serve to see how we can serve them better. The feedback we will receive will help us in the development of a final plan. It will start out with a draft plan, which will be done in the spring of 2025, then lead to the final plan in the fall of 2025. So PACE will be ready to begin implementing the plan in 2026. It's designed to go along with what we find the funding level will be. So then 2026, if the legislators come through, we're ready to go. Next slide, please. Just want to go through a couple of items that we were requested to go through. Diversity in our contracting remains a priority. You heard from Janice gave a great description of how they do their diversity program, our DBE contracting. We're on a very similar track. We do the same type of things that they do. We certify DBE contractors just as Metro does, just as CTA does, and you can go to all of the different agencies, and once you're certified, you're certified. This has really been a priority for us while we're still finalizing numbers for the second half of 2024. The first half of 2024, our DBE participation has been 9.4%, which aligns well with our goal of 9%. This year, we awarded 40 contracts to DBE contractors, with 8 of those contracts being awarded to small business enterprises set-aside projects. In addition, we awarded 3 larger scale projects with DBE goals, with several more projects on the street and upcoming that will have DBE participation. We recently held a DBE outreach event for phase 1 of our electrification at North Division in Waukegan. We had very good participation. It was held in downtown Waukegan. We invited the DBE contractors to come in and meet our contractor as we start to build out this facility. And we have a 15% goal on that project. These efforts will continue into 2025, particularly with some of the larger scale programs we have. For example, as they said, our Waukegan project, phase 2 will be an $80 million project. So we have bigger projects coming up for DBEs to get involved in. Next slide, please. You're good. We also continue our collaborative spirit this year, working with our partners throughout the region to enhance our recruitment efforts. As you heard from CTA, we are also working with community colleges. In fact, we are working with 9 community colleges throughout the region to provide qualified candidates with a free course to reduce the barriers to obtain their CDL permits, putting them on a direct path to a very good job with PACE. Most of our management staff has moved up through the ranks. Starting out, bus drivers, mechanics have moved up to supervision, foremen, superintendents of maintenance and transportation, all the way up to the top levels of our organization. These are good jobs, and we like our employees knowing what they are from the bottom up. No one can do better than knowing what the person who is driving the bus is doing and how they have to address with daily needs. We've also partnered with various workforce boards, including Will County Center for Economic Development, to hire interns. The goal with this effort is to bring high school and college students into our organization, learn all the transit jobs that we have, and then hopefully they'll come back after they graduate. And most recently, we've partnered with Amazon on a career advancement program where we promote our recruitment events for Amazon employees who are looking for their next step in their career. So the person who is putting the boxes together to get them out to the trucks, to get them out to your front doors, they get to a point they don't want to do that anymore. We have great careers for them. So we're partnering with Amazon at all of their facilities so they can learn about our careers. And Amazon is willing to work with us to move them up to the next step of their careers. These partnerships have played an important role in our success and will continue in the years ahead. Next slide, please. So you've heard a lot about performance data. The RTA has already gone through all of our performance data. We are doing everything required by the law. We're always interested to hear how we can change it, what we can do better. It is up on our website. I'm not going to belabor it. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those. With that, I am going to turn it over to Melanie Castle, who is going to go through a few budget slides for you, and then we're available for questions. Melanie?
Now the boring bit. I throw a lot of numbers at you pretty fast here. Oh,
Sorry.
there we go. We'll do that. So looking to our 2025 budget proposal in summary, the suburban service budget is 339.3 million, while ADA is 281.2. Our 2025 capital program totals 78.8 million, and some of the highlighted projects there are 31.5 million for our Southwest Division electrification and expansion project and 20.25 million for the River Division electrification and expansion project. I'll get into some detail on the following slides here. So starting with suburban service, so that's our non-ADA service. Operating revenue is expected to finish 2024 $13.4 million above budget. Approximately $1.3 million of the overperformance is farebox revenue from service. Total suburban service ridership is expected to finish the year at nearly 18.4 million. 8 million of the overperformance in revenue is associated with interest income. When the 2024 budget was developed this time last year, we expected that interest rates would decrease, but obviously that has only materialized recently. And so we are seeing the benefit of that. Expenses are estimated to finish the year below budget, with a significant portion of the savings associated with administrative expenses. The largest drivers of the administrative expense underrun are non-union labor and fringe, and project schedule shifts and the associated expense shifts from 2024 to 2025. These projects include IT software implementations and outside project management services to support our priority project management office. We also expect fuel expense to end the year under budget. Consumption is going to be slightly below budget, but also our price per gallon is fairly significantly under budget for the year. Above budget revenue and below budget expenses have led to a $46.9 million decrease in the 2024 funding requirement, and public funding is estimated to finish 2024 $8.7 million above budget. The result is that we will need $55.7 million less of coronavirus relief funding than we had originally expected. Looking forward to 2025, we do expect total operating revenue to decrease. While most revenue sources are expected to increase, it's not enough to offset the expected loss of interest income as we spend down coronavirus relief funding and interest rates continue to decrease. Farebox revenue is expected to increase 5.7% in 2025, in line with expected ridership increases. Operating expenses are expected to increase by 13.2%. The largest drivers of that increase in 2025 are new service and the administrative expenses that I mentioned previously. So service adjustments will add $7.6 million of expense, and these are service adjustments we're putting in to better serve our riders. Between 2024 and 2025, PACE is adding an annualized total of more than 225,000 revenue hours of service, focused on improving frequency and adding trips to existing routes. Administrative expense growth comes from the shift in project schedules from 24 to 25 that I mentioned. These projects include a major upgrade to our enterprise resource planning software, which was originally implemented in 2008 and has not been substantially upgraded since then, and project management oversight support for new and ongoing capital projects like our facility electrification plan. Decreasing revenue and increasing expenses will result in a $41.7 million increase in the projected funding requirement from 24 to 25, while public funding is only expected to increase $4.4 million. Sales tax revenue is expected to increase $6.7 million per the RTA marks, but this will be offset by a decrease in federal discretionary funding due to the exhaustion of a grant that we have received for call center operations, so that grant will be fully exhausted in 2024. This will result in total in a $41.4 million shortfall in funding available to funding required, which will be filled with coronavirus relief funding. That shortfall grows to 137.2 million in 2026 and 163.1 million in 2027, a total of 341.7 million over the planning horizon. There's only 167.2 million of relief funding remaining to cover operating shortfalls, so we will exhaust our relief funding in 2026. Looking forward to the ADA budget, for 2024, we expect ADA revenue to come in about $2 million above budget. Farebox revenue is expected to finish the year $900,000 above budget due to overperforming ridership. And interest income is expected to come in $800,000 above budget due to the same issues with the interest rates not falling as quickly as we had previously planned. The remaining balance is revenue associated with the reimbursement of expenses for providing RTA certification trips. While increased ridership is beneficial for operating revenue, unfortunately, it has the opposite effect on expenses, which are expected to end the year $12.4 million unfavorable to budget. Favorable revenue and unfavorable expense will result in a total estimated funding shortfall at the end of the year of $10.4 million, which will be drawn down from the ADA Paratransit Reserve Fund that is held with RTA. For 2025, we expect revenue to increase slightly to just above 15 million. As with suburban service, interest income is expected to decrease, but increases to farebox revenue will be enough to offset those losses. Operating expenses are expected to increase 7.6% in 2025. Contract carrier expense is the largest driver of this increase, and that expense reflects a 4.8% increase in base ridership and then associated contractual price growth. The funding requirement resulting from the 2025 estimated revenue and expense is fully covered with RTA sales tax funding and state funding for ADA. It is worth noting that the most recent state budget increases state funding for ADA from 9.1 million in 2024 to 10 million in 2025. It's gone up 10%. So if we look at capital then, sorry, these numbers get a little small. So PACE's 2025 capital budget totals 78.8 million, funded with 55.4 million of federal formula funding, 20.2 million of state PAYGO funding, 2.2 million of RTA ICE funds, innovation, coordination, and enhancement, and $1 million of PACE positive budget variance. The 78.8 million will fund the replacement of 13 over-the-road coaches for the I-55 bus on shoulder service, 8 fixed route EV hybrid buses, 15 paratransit vehicles, and 3 hydrogen paratransit vehicles as part of a pilot project of another zero-emission fuel option for our fleet. It also partially funds the electrification and expansion of our Southwest Division garage in Bridgeview and our River Division garage in Elgin. The 5-year capital program totals 379.2 million, funded with 273.5 million of federal formula funds, 98 million of state PAYGO funds, 6.7 million of RTA ICE funds, and the 1 million of PACE positive budget variance that continues over. Capital projects that will be covered with that funding include the purchase of 105 fixed route electric buses, the 13 over-the-road coaches and 8 fixed route EV hybrid buses mentioned in the 2025 budget, a total of 334 paratransit vehicles and 6 total hydrogen paratransit vehicles as part of that zero-emission fuel pilot. The 5-year capital plan also fully funds the Southwest and River Division electrification and expansion projects. So thank you so much for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions or comments? Sure.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. The question I have is.
Can you use your mic just so people online can hear as well?
Oh,
from the
it's
public?
on.
Oh,
It's
okay.
The question I have is that with the change in administration and the view on electrification and also emissions, how does that affect your view as you go forward? Because I know, and in fact, I came to the grand opening where you had the electric bus out in, what was it, someplace out Southwest, but there's a different view relative to that whole area. So how much impact will it have, or do you anticipate that there'll be any?
Thank you, Director. That's an excellent question. We're very concerned that it will change what we will be able to do. And we've looked at it. We have 22 buses on order that we have to be able to put in service, and they will be ready to go in service at our North Division garage. We have to wait to see what the administration does as far as the funding levels that come through in the future. The one good thing that we're working on right now is we're doing a design build at our North Division garage. Again, our goal is to make that 100% EV facility. If we don't have the future vehicle funding to do that, we may have to look at phasing that in to get there at a later date. But we're hoping that we will see funds continue to flow to us in Illinois, and specifically to us, so we can continue to get this project going on a timely manner. But we're just going to have to see what happens in January.
I didn't mean to pick on you specifically because I could have asked the same question of Dorval, because I think there was some partnerships that was going to take place in terms of maybe some efficiency of purchasing. So just well, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Director Sagar.
Thank you. I want to just first say thank you so much for the exceptionally well orchestrated conversation. I think you've done an exceptional job, and I'm very, very grateful for that.
Thank you.
And I have no questions. I just have a couple comments. The first is that I truly appreciate the outreach and the collaborative effort that PACE has taken to try to assist more rural areas in serving our residents and coming up with most creative conversations and opportunities. I think some of the programs that are forthcoming are very, very, very positive, and I think particularly the Van Gogh program has tremendous amount of potential impact on service to the residents that we have. So I thank you all for that.
Thank you, and we appreciate the partnership that we've had with McHenry County. They've really been good to work with as we develop things and talk to them about them. They've been very receptive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Oh, sir.
Hi, Executive Director Metzger. Pleasure
Nice to meet you.
My question is regarding the paratransit. I think you were mentioning that you were going to expound on how to continue to provide responsible service, but then what is a way to make sure that we can, to the extent possible, it seems like there's an inverse relationship between what the CTA provides, for instance, with the disabled community. Like if there's an elevator at a certain train station, then a rider might be able to take CTA. But if there's not, either at their arrival or their destination, they're going to be more reliant to have to use PACE paratransit. So can you speak a little bit about that dynamic a bit?
Absolutely. So PACE is responsible for all the ADA paratransit service in the 6-county region. CTA did it a number of years ago. We were doing suburban ADA. CTA was doing city ADA. The state legislators turned it over to us to really make some fundamental changes to the system. Our system uses technology. Everything is put in the computer system. When we inherited the CTA system, it was a paper system. They were doing 12,000 rides on paper. Our system has grown a lot. We are responsible if someone calls us a day ahead. There's laws out there that we have to follow. And according to the ADA regulations, we have to provide paratransit service the same days and hours of fixed route, whether it's CTA fixed route or PACE fixed route, within a 3/4 of a mile. In the city of Chicago, that's really the whole city of Chicago. In the suburbs, it's a little different. But if an elevator doesn't work, that's something CTA would have to address. We are available. The way the ADA works is you have to call in a day in advance to get the service, a paratransit service, but we've augmented that service. We now allow ADA certified riders, if it's their choice, if they want to use Uber and a new company that we've brought into the region from the East Coast called UServe, they can register with us and use Uber or UServe, and that is a same-day service. So there are options now for riders, and it's really worked out very well for several reasons. One, our ridership is growing beyond the capacity that we had on paratransit. So we needed to see if people on their own wanted to migrate to another system. Two, people really are enjoying more ability to go to the places they want to go when they want to go. So that helps the rider. And three, it's more efficient. So it's a win-win-win. And so we're really pleased that we've been able to do this. And we started it off in March of this year, and it has really grown and has taken some of the pressure off that paratransit system.
Melinda, could you also add a little bit about taxi access and
Yes.
then the ride for free on fixed route?
I can. So in the city of Chicago, there's a taxi access program. You can use taxis in the city the same as you can use rideshare companies. In the suburbs, the taxi programs were not as robust as in the city of Chicago. And so that's why we came up with the rideshare access program. I will also state that during COVID, we were the single entity that kept the taxi system in the city of Chicago alive, because we had them do single rides. We went down to single rides on our paratransit, and we had the taxis do single rides, and we kept our ADA passengers moving that way. We also do provide free fares for ADA certified riders on our fixed route system. Why are we doing that? Because it's cheaper if you ride our fixed route system. We want people to use our fixed route system. It's a great system that we have, and they should be using it. And the other point is we have capacity on our fixed route system, so it is not more expensive for us to allow them to use our fixed route system.
Okay, you want to go? Pat?
One of the questions that we had posed to you dealt with, well, it's kind of two parts, but dealt with outsourcing certain things, and you were just basically answering that. But I assume anything that gets outsourced, whether it's ADA or non-ADA, you do, I don't know if it's part of the revision program that you're doing where you do a cost-benefit analysis. Is that sort of ongoing procedure every time you look at outsourcing something?
So outsourcing is interesting. The best way I can describe it is you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. If you put everything in outsourcing, they won't have the capacity, your costs will go up. So we try and balance it out. So when we're doing outsourcing on, for example, our fixed route system, we will do an analysis to determine, do we have a garage that can handle it? Again, we cover such a large area. Sometimes we have a garage that's so far away that there's cost to deadhead or to get the bus from the garage to the beginning of the route, called deadheading. So we factor that in and we make a determination whether we should do it ourselves or give it to a contractor. Paratransit side of the house, most of our service is contracted because it's all these one-on-one trips. However, we do run paratransit out of one of our divisions. Again, and then we also have, on top of our contracted service, we have the TNCs, the Uber and Userve, which people can choose to use. It's not something that we're telling them to use, or they can use TAP. We're not telling them to use that. That's user side subsidy, their choice.
Okay, thank you for that. You're also, not leave outsourcing out to the side, but trying new programs. So whether it's bus on career, or there was an example in the questions about I-90 Express service. So, and that continues to have somewhat low ridership. How do you look at this? Is this part of revision where you're going to look at all of these different services? Because, and I commend you for trying all these new things, whether it's Van Go or, on demand. And as, I apologize, I can't remember who mentioned it, but to serve the outlying regions and some of the more rural regions that are in the outlying counties. So do you look at those on an ongoing basis? You just say, okay, that didn't work, we're going to try something else? Or are you rolling all that into your revision plan?
We're very good at looking at things, trying them out, and if they work, great. If they don't work, getting rid of them and trying something else. And the way we have addressed that is there are federal rules that if you put in a service for more than a year, you have to go out to public hearing. And we used to develop a service, go out to public hearing, and then put the service in. We've flipped the script. We put the service in first. Before that year period, we analyze it. If it works, we go to public hearing, and we did that just actually in your area, in Round Lake area.
Right.
It worked. We went out to public hearing. We said we put the service in. It's now coming up on the year period. We'd like to continue it, and we open it to public hearing at that point. We also can do the opposite. We tried something in Harvey that did not work. We had it in, and it didn't work, and we went to the community. We said we tried it. We really wished it would work, but it didn't. And then we took that out. So we can go either way with that. But back to your question about vision, it is looking at our entire fixed route area. And it is saying, you know, what do you want? And it's doing two things. It's looking at coverage. You know, we have a big area to cover, and that map I had up there, you saw a lot of areas that didn't have coverage. Or do you want ridership? And ridership will tend to lead you towards suburban Cook County because that's where the density is. And so at the end of this study, what I believe is going to happen, it's not done yet, is it's going to be a mix of both because you can't go one way or the other. Someone will not have service. But we are continuing constantly to evaluate the service we put in, see what works, take out what doesn't work. And this study is going to look at it all, and it's getting down to the time now where there are concepts out there. And I encourage anyone who wants to see it to go to our website, www.pacebus.com/revision. We also have a survey that we want everyone to fill out, whether you're a user or non-user, to tell us what you want in the service, so that when we get ready to bring out the draft plans, we have the comments that back it up. And we'll tell you what we can do with the amount of money we get.
Okay, thank you. I did take a look at that, and it really is rather fascinating. Look at where you go if you want to emphasize coverage, you want to emphasize ridership. So one last question. You said it's looking at the whole fixed route system. So let's say you opt for ridership, so there's going to be outlying areas where there's no service. Is that where you would introduce on-demand and some of those other?
It actually is looking at both our fixed route and on-demand. What it is not looking at is our ADA service, and there's a reason why. So for ADA service, once we get the maps determine what we're going to do, the ADA service will correspondingly have to be made within 3/4 of a mile of a fixed route. So that will adjust that. But we are reaching out to our ADA constituents to make sure that they get their input and they know that this plan can affect ADA service.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Tom?
Thanks, Bill. And Melinda, again, just commend you for doing that innovative trying and, the trial and error piece and thinking about on-demand and different modes in different regions. I think it's to be commended. So a quick clarification, a little bit of a comment and then a question. The clarification, you mentioned interest income. Interest income, how much? And is that also from COVID relief?
Yes, it is COVID relief. We drew down our COVID relief funds immediately. And with the adage, we know where we're going to spend them because we had to tell that to the federal government, but we wanted to get the interest income so we could put more service out.
Gotcha.
So during this last year period, we got, it's not only COVID relief funding, but the vast majority of it is about $15 million in interest income
I think that's
that we're going to put out in service.
Yeah, it's to be noted. As we're drawn down, you were actually using that to generate more income. Interesting. Just brings up a lot of different sort of thoughts. On the comment, the same on the savings and efficiency that I just wanted to underscore and really encourage you to think about a transparent and accountable set of things that you can do, particularly with your peers, Dorval and Jim. And one in specific, have you looked at the Medicaid, the potential for Medicaid reimbursement for non-medical trips, and whether or not that's a potential place where you might be able to save some costs, bring in more revenue?
We did partner with Medicaid, who I want to say about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit, might be off by a couple of years, but that really does not decrease your cost. It increases your cost. The reason why that partnership ended is in order for them to, in order to get those riders on our system, we had to combine our computer systems, and there was some, not on our side, on the Medicaid side, there were some issues with confidentiality. The other thing that I do want to point out is on the ADA system, by law, you cannot differentiate between trips. So if I want to go for a haircut and you want to go for a medical appointment, it's first come, first serve. You can't, switch that out. So that was also part of, Medicaid wanted to be first, and we're like, no, it just has to be part of our system. But again, this is not a savings to us or to the region. It would cost us more money to do. I think the one other comment I do want to make about savings, Pace has really been very frugal throughout our history. We have never exceeded our budget. And we've done some things early on during COVID. We suspended routes that weren't working, and that saved us about $20 million. The taxi access program and the rideshare program are saving us an amazing amount of money. I want to say something, depends on how many riders switch, but if 1.5 million riders switch to those programs, you're looking at about a $67 million savings that we have gotten in our budget. We have also done some things with leases since we built new facilities. In Plainfield, we built a new facility. We got rid of one of our leasing office space area that saved us money. And we're also will be getting once we get our River Division garage complete, we're leasing a garage right now because we don't have enough capacity at our River Division. That lease will be moved in. And we also work with our fellow service boards and see, for example, we do joint purchasing, big secret. You know, there's certain things that make sense for us to purchase together. We purchased some IT equipment with Metra, the Ventra system, the Fairbox system with CTA, the building in Homewood and Harvey, we're doing that with Metra. So we're doing a lot of that already. And I think your point is well taken, though, that we have to delineate that together and get that to the legislators so they understand we are doing that.
Then the third is on the bus revision, which again, I want to say is great work. You and CTA both have the same contractor, Jared Walker and Associates, does this nationally, and that was just by happen chance, which I think, you know, is the sort of part that the General Assembly is pushing us, is that this is, I think, a really good example of places where we can do things together. And I don't know if it's possible to bring up the map, but I think it really kind of brings this point home, is the decision-making on where you go with this, I think, is a really critical question for what the RTA's role is, what's a regional role. And in our legislative proposal, we talk about service standards. And I think that's actually at the heart of what this is. You're doing this work and CTA is doing this work. For sure, you're sharing inputs. But if you look at the map and you were to overlay that map and the CTA service area, it's actually the same. You know, I mean, not the same, but the overlap is enormous. And I think if you look at the outputs on your forecast for ridership, that numbers are even higher about, you know, where the density of the ridership is. And the decision of where you should concentrate, whether it's ridership or coverage, in conjunction with CTA, I think is critical, and with RTA having a role. I think it's a moment to pause and think, okay, how are we going to make this plan final? Is it just going to be paces? Is CTA just going to do this? CTA is also looking at better streets for buses. And if you look at their map, it's just the city of Chicago. You know, there's a role for the county in particular. I think Cook, as you mentioned, you know, with the density at the very least, to be at the table to think about how that ridership might be better by ways that they can change the street network. All of those things are happening. That's what the General Assembly is asking us to do. And I think if we just kind of go along and make sure we've got the own inputs and, you know, that won't be sufficient for what I think this moment is. I think this is a critical exercise to really bring in a bigger and broader set of voices. It'll make for a better output.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, sir?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, to Director Katarik's point there, I know, you know, and Madam Executive Director, that there's been, you know, a number of events that you've taken your time to go out and listen, in particular in Cook County, some of the ones that I had attended. And you heard, you know, the little challenges like townships that have to stay within their jurisdictional boundaries. You heard the need of, you know, the fact that is, I love how you start your presentation with 70% of the jobs being in the suburbs. And so just really want to commend you and the team for making that time your own personal investment to hear these stories, because again, that's the story that we have to take down to Springfield. And I do believe, again, you have a lot of those, you know, great notes in your, you know, your head, and those stories that we're going to share. So I just really want to commend, again, your effort in all this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for your time too, because you're at all the things I'm at. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything further? All right, well, thank you for coming and thank you for your patience. It's
All
been
right.
a
Thank
long
you so
day.
much. And I want to thank my PACE team here and my PACE team back at the garages who are doing an amazing job to keep our system rolling. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay. Item 8 is new business. Is there any other new business to come before the board? The next meeting will be December 19th, 2024 at 9 a.m. There's no further business to come before the public session of the board. I will entertain a motion and second to adjourn. Moved by Director Lewis, second by Director Yonan. All those in favor? All opposed? We stand adjourned.
And just as a quick announcement, we did order some sandwiches up, so if anyone, I hope